Match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. We should get a result. The situation in the match is that Hampshire, in a few minutes' time, will resume in their second innings on 106 for 3. They need another 172 to win. Yorkshire need another 7 wickets to win. And as we've been saying throughout the last 3 days, it would be pretty handy for one of these sides to pick up 16 points and get themselves into a situation where they can start to think about moving away from the lower point of the table. Hampshire are second from bottom, Yorkshire third from bottom. There is currently 17 points between the two. We've already got a couple of results in Division 1, and it looks like the games that are going on, we're going to get at least another one, plus another one here. So it's results day, or results round of cricket. So your commentary team today, well, it's cut by a third, because there's only 2 of us here today.
I think Stephen should come on.
Well, he might.
Give us a breather.
He
can do the morning session, in fact.
He might do. Myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Leeds, it's Jonathan Doidge. Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning. Of course, if I'd have been playing in this match, they'd have been all over before tea yesterday afternoon. Marvellous. Yeah, it's one of those days, isn't it, to look forward to for both sides, because both sides can go into it with optimism that they can win the match. Yorkshire, I think, are the favourites to do so, and if there were any odds out there, I would be very surprised if bookmakers were laying anything other. But there'll be some pressure with that because they are the favourites, so there's an expectation about it. And there's some pressure on Hampshire, obviously, to bat what will, I think, be a long time if they are good enough to win this match and see it through, because runs have been difficult to come by throughout, and so 170 odd is going to take quite some time to accumulate, you would think. The longer it takes for them to do that, if they're going to take the game deep, then Yorkshire, you'd say, the better chance they've got, because the more balls they can deliver in that sense, the more Hampshire have got to work. So there's all sorts of different little nuances to what might happen today. I know Yorkshire were talking it up about taking a couple of early wickets this morning. Both sides would do that, wouldn't they, if they were going into the final day? If we get a couple early, for a couple in the first half hour, then we think we can see it through. But if they don't in the first hour, then if there are any self-doubts, and bearing in mind that they didn't ram home that advantage they had against Essex last year at Chelmsford, they didn't do it at Scarborough against Warwickshire as well a couple of months back, then if there are any doubts within as to whether they're up to it, they'll probably start to surface, won't they, the longer it goes on without a wicket this morning. That was a long way of saying hello, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was, yeah. I mean, you could have said that in about 20 seconds, but you chose to use about 3 or 4 minutes instead. We're not quite to the point where we need to sort of kill time, but we might do later on, who knows. So 172 needed off a minimum of 96 overs.
No, shut up now.
No, please not. Well, not now. The game's just about to start. I need you. Russell Warren and Jack Chantry, the 2 umpires, are out there, and 2 batters, not out batters overnight. Toby Albert, 36 not out. Tom Prest, 12 not out. Are the batters tasked by Hampshire to give them some sort of base in which to launch, hopefully, what we all hope from a home side's point of view will be a much needed victory. So an interesting day in prospect. This is not the only game on today, because later on this afternoon at 2:30, away to our left at the nursery ground, the Hampshire women will be taking on Somerset women in the quarter-final of the T20 Cup. And not only is that free to watch, this game is also free to watch today, so you get 2 games for the price of none. There you go. What value? So you could actually be watching 2 games at the same time, around about 2:30.
If word gets out in Yorkshire, they'll be down here in numbers by lunchtime.
Yeah.
Out for now.
Well, spend 50 quid in petrol. That might be too much. Right, Don Bess is going to get us underway from the pavilion end with his off-spin. He's going to be bowling to Tom Prest, who gets one, who turns it into the ground. He's fielded at short leg. There are 3 men close in around the bat. And this wicket has been turning a little bit, but it's a very slow turn. But if the ball is pitched right in the right areas, it does cause us a few problems, but slightly short and slightly too full, not so much. Prest works that away on the leg side. He's going to get a single. No, he's not. He's sent back, but fortunately there's a misfield. Prest was about 1/3 of the way down when Albert said no. I think he might have got back in time, but fortunately the misfield helped. Here's Bess. Prest pushes forward. Score remains on 106.43. Yes, so free entry today for not only this game, but the women's game this afternoon. Whoever wins that game over on the nursery ground goes forward to T20 Cup Finals Day next weekend at Old Trafford. That's a nice prize, isn't it, in itself? Play at Old Trafford. That's turned away between the 2 fielders on the leg side. First run of the morning. Enthusiastically applauded by 1 or 2 in the crowd below us.
Speaking of Old Trafford, I see Radders, it must be up there at the moment, has posted a lovely photograph of, I think it must be doctored by AI or something, because there's actually blue sky, virtually cloudless in Manchester.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do these days with photos. You can make Manchester look like the Caribbean. Here comes Bress. Bowls, and Albert is forward this time. Well, there's a few in this morning. You can hear anybody that decides to clap loudly, you can hear. So there's that sort of crowd. Oh, it's turned almost into the hands of short leg. First over negotiated. 1 run added to the total, which means Hampshire from here need 171.
Yeah, blue skies in Manchester, who'd have thunk it? I mean, what better way to spend your Sunday morning than looking at industrial buildings all around? What a marvellous vista. But here we've got a tree-lined periphery down at West End. George Hill is going to open the day from the hotel end then. And the theory was last night that seamers taking wickets would be, in the words of Simon Hughes's book, a lot of hard yakka.
Yes. I feature in that.
You're on chapter. There's Hill. Oh, outside edge. Didn't know too much about that, didn't Tom Prest. It's going to run away for a comfortable 2.
No, I get a name check in that book.
Was it? As I distinctly recall playing Hampshire and I uprooted Kevin James's middle stump. First delivery of the day. Something like that.
No. Well, that comes much after. This is when we were teammates at Middlesex, started in the same year. So you obviously haven't read the book.
No. I'd no time.
You are a very busy man.
When I retire, I've got absolutely stacks of cricket books to read. I can promise you, I've got loads of them. As Hill is in, that's turned to leg and fielded by Matthew Revis. I managed to read, and I'd not overstate this at all when I say an odd one, but yeah, life just goes on from one day's work to the next with one company or the next.
I'm surprised you have time to fit the cricket in, to be honest.
So am I. Hill on his way away from us, passes umpire Jack Shantry, draws Tom Prest forward and he defends. One slip in place, that's Don Bess, while George Hill is bowling. Jaffa Jones down at long leg. Sam Whiteman was the man who gave chase to the ball that went down to third man a couple of deliveries ago. He's at point. James Wharton in the covers. Adam Lythe has got the shin pads strapped on because he was close in when Don Bess was bowling. And he's relatively close in at a kind of wideish silly mid-off. And will come into play here with another defensive push. Ben Cliff is at mid-off. Ben Code, shirt hanging out as per, is at mid-on. I do wish you'd tuck your shirt in, Ben. Please.
You don't like untidy people, do you?
I just think, you need to tuck your shirt in. Also out there is Will Luxton, who's at wideish silly mid-on. Matthew Revis at mid-wicket completes the field. We appear to have a kennel set up on the ground here at the Utilita Bowl as Tom Prest works a single wide of Will Luxton's attempt and fielded by Ben Code. Prest on to 16. Hampshire 110 for 3. 168 more runs to win, or 7 wickets for Yorkshire. So a couple of dogs having their say. Who's going to have their say first out on the field? Hill in and turned to Luxton there by Toby Albert. No run to complete the second over of the day, the 39th of this Hampshire second innings. 94 minimum remaining in the match if needed. I think we'd all be very surprised if we get to that stage, but it could go deep.
Sorry, I'm typing.
JMO's typing away here.
Yeah, I just, as usual, there's a technical, but it's not the. I think it's a BBC or me. I can't quite work it out. I hope I've got the right number. Right, anyway, hopefully I've passed that on to somebody else to worry about. Here we go. Here's Bess, and down the wicket comes Prest. Works that away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 4 runs added this morning, which means Hampshire need 168. It does feel a big day, especially for Hampshire here, because they could be cut adrift a little bit. That's played into the ground on the leg side. As I mentioned, there's 17 points between these two sides. Yorkshire just above the relegation zone coming into this game. Hampshire second from bottom. And with a 17-point difference already between the two, it does feel... That's turned away again on the leg side, and there's no run. It does feel with Yorkshire picking up 16 if they were to win, it's a little tough for the home side. Got a bit of sunshine out there at the moment. Best from the pavilion end comes in and bowls. Prest works that off the back foot. I think we're going to see a lot of balls off Bess to the right-handers going towards that mid-wicket area. Already seen a few this morning. 110 for 3. Hampshire in their second innings. Best bowls. Keeps a little low. Plays it into the ground and half stopped by Lythe at mid-wicket. Johnny Bairstow off the field again, which means Finley Bean is keeping wicket. Picked up a painful blow around the hand area, didn't he, earlier in the game? Managed to bat, though. Prest comes down the wicket, slaps it up to mid-off. Good piece of fielding. Prest a couple of paces down the wicket. Maiden over from Don Bess. 17 overs, 4 maidens, none for 30. At the moment, we're on the live picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website. And that's going back to the Yorkshire Cricket website. We're on the YouTube channel, Hampshire Cricket YouTube. We're certainly around the ground because I haven't got any messages about that yet. But I'm not quite sure at the moment whether we're on the BBC Sport website and app, and that's what I'm trying to check at the moment. It looks like it's connected, but something's slightly wrong. But we'll get that checked out because I can't hear anything through my phone.
George Hill bowling to Toby Albert, who defends that into the offside. Sedate at the moment. Yorkshire trying to sound like they're about to make something happen out there. Lots of encouragement. Free entry at the ground as well.
We're a generous lot down south.
Yeah, if you get yourself, if you're local and listening in, why not come down? You can still listen in. Cost you just the travel, or maybe not even that if you are so close, as George Hill induces an outside edge here from the bat of Toby Albert, which has raced away for 4 through third man. I think Yorkshire felt like they'd let Hampshire get about 20-25 runs more than ideal yesterday. Part of that might have been that there was no third man in on some occasions, and there isn't again today. So I think they must have felt like they'd have had 200 or so to play with today. They've now got 164. At what point does the pressure begin to flip from the team needing to score those runs to the team then becoming more desperate to pick up wickets? Albert defends this latest George Hill delivery. Finley Bean keeping wicket in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Who's going to rest that hand. Took a couple of blows on it. One particularly bad one. Hill turns then. And makes his way in again. That's turned to leg by Albert. Will Luxton does the fielding. Yorkshire's bowlers then. Still to be used today. Early moments, of course. Ben Code, Jaffa Chauhan, Ben Cliff, and Adam Lythe, and of course Matthew Revis as well. Hill makes his way in again. Once more defended round about middle and leg. Turned to Ben Code at mid-on. So plenty of applause out there. George doing what they've asked him to do, clearly, which is wicket to wicket. Had a good chat with Matthew Revis last night. He's really good to talk to. I always think Rev about the game, his thoughts on it. He'd enjoyed his experience recently playing in the 100. First real opportunity to play in that, having been snapped up for just a couple of weeks or so last year and basically trained with what were then the Northern Superchargers. As Hill bowls, and that final ball of the over was defended by Prest. But he always gives you the impression he's like a sponge. He's learning things, he's taking things on board and trying to apply them in his game. I think he's still got a way to go, but he's a good player already. And there may be other levels for him to come in the future. Here's Don Bess, and this one has gone sky high. Matthew Revis is underneath it. And that is the end of Tom Prest. And he will be very, very disappointed in himself playing that shot, I think. And Don Bess has got in for his first wicket of the match early on the final day. And he just tossed this one up. Prest uses his feet but gets underneath the ball. And as soon as he struck it, Matthew Revis is not dropping that. And having just spoken about him right on cue, he affects the catch. So 114 for 4. Prest gone for 16. And Yorkshire will be delighted to have got in early. And Hampshire supporters, well, Stephen alongside, cringing as that ball went up in the air. I'm sure there'll be plenty more of you watching and listening who felt just the same. And Tom has got a bit of time to think about that now. And Ben Brown, who has been a thorn in Yorkshire's side, as we said in the first innings, on numerous occasions, 1,000 runs against the White Rose County at 62 or so before this match got underway. And of course, he was bowled by Jaffa Chowan with that ball that was short of length, and he tried to sweep it, missed, and was bowled pretty much halfway up the stumps, middle and leg type of direction. So he'll want to atone for that. Wasn't a complete blob, especially in a game like this, 23 runs, but he knows he can do better. And maybe this is his time again against Yorkshire. We shall see. For Don Bess, who he's gone on the record before and said, you know, sometimes he does overthink things. He'll have put a lot of thought into what was going to happen today, and he would have desperately wanted to get in and among early on, just for a bit of self-belief and his own confidence in his job. Big job for him today, isn't it? Spinner, last day of a 4-day game. Dry, dusty pitch. All those things that we say about county cricket that you don't that often get in England. Green seamers and all that, slow pitches. This one is slow, but he's got in fairly early. What will that do for his confidence? 114 for 4 then, as Brown faces his first delivery, which turns and hits him rather than him hitting it. JMO's not disappeared, by the way, folks. You can probably hear him in the background. He's just trying to sort out some technicals, hence me doing this over. And Brown strokes this one into the leg side then. And he survived his first couple. There's Bess again. Brown dinks that round the corner. Will Luxton with the pickup. Short leg. Two to come. 114 for 4. 164 more needed by the hosts. 6 more wickets by Yorkshire. Brown uses his feet here. Oh, now then, that's been dinked towards Adam Lyth at short leg. Probably going to have to see that again. We're sitting behind Ben Brown. What did actually happen? Hard to tell whether there was any bat involved. There was no appeal by Yorkshire. It was also not that easy to tell whether Adam Lyth took it cleanly or not, because Toby Albert was slightly obscuring it on the pictures. Either way, we move on. It was just a flicker of a potential opportunity, and Bess bowling to Brown, who blocks the final ball. So wicket maiden for Don Bess. As I say, first wicket of the match, 18 overs of second innings toil, and on the first ball of that 18th he took the wicket. 5 maidens, 1 for 30. George Hill is going to continue at the hotel end. Best back in at slip. Toby Albert on strike here. And Hill in and bowling. And that's played out into the offside by Toby Albert. Finley Bean standing up once again just to draw the man back into the crease. Just to help his bowler that little bit. The wickets have fallen so far. Well, of course, 3 of them yesterday. Ali Orr first to go, halfway through the 8th. Bowled by George Hill for 12. There is George again, and that's dropped out into the offside by Albert. No run. And that was Ali Orr's wicket when the score was on 31. Hampshire advanced to 48 before Nick Gubbins was caught by Don Bess off the bowling of Ben Code. Sharp catch as well. First ball of the 16th over. Gubbins gone for 27. Jake Lehman, third man to go when the score was on 79. That was the first ball of the 27th over. And Albert defends again. Lehman was caught. Bess bowled Lyth for 7. The first delivery of Adam Lyth's second innings bowling. He admitted that it was a shocker of a delivery, and I think it was met equally by a shocker of a shot. 7 off 26 for Jake Lehman. Hill in and bowling again, and Albert blocks that into the offside, where, right on cue, Adam Lyth picks up the ball. So there were the 3 wickets yesterday, and then if you're just joining us a little bit later than the 11 o'clock start, Tom Prest, the 1 wicket so far to have fallen today, used his feet and got under a delivery from Don Bess, caught by Matthew Revis, moving to his right at mid-on. Hill in and bowling. Oh, great piece of fielding by James Wharton there. Superb. And that has saved 3 runs, diving to his left, because Toby Albert timed that really well, and it would definitely have had the legs to make the boundary. Superb effort. Didn't manage to take it cleanly out there, but they would have got the 1 anyway. Really good job to save 3, and back to games of tight margins. It all helps, and certainly the man who's got the ball in his hand would have appreciated that. George Hill making his way in again. Final ball of the over. And Ben Brown just a little late on that. Drops right down beneath his feet, but he's negotiated it safely. So 115 for 4 after 43 overs. And still all to play for here. As we've said, it's becoming increasingly vital as this match has gone on with what's been going on elsewhere, that both sides pick up winning points for their own reasons. Yorkshire want to stay clear of the bottom 2 and would go clear of the bottom 2 if they win it, and Hampshire, they'd move to within a point of Yorkshire if they're able to see it through to success. Best to Albert, who defended that first ball. Still George Hill at first slip. Will Luxton backward, short leg gully. And Adam Lyth, that short leg square on. And the ball just played past him this time by Toby Albert. James Wharton in to do the fielding. Hampshire needing 278 at the outset. Need a further 163 to win this at 115 for 4. Albert punches into the offside. Best round to do the fielding. You can get in touch at Jonathan Deutsch on X. Also, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com on the emails. And that is dropped into the leg side by Toby Albert, just around the corner. Ben Cliff round to field. They've scampered through for 1. $116 for 4. 2 to come in the over. Still got techie issues by the sound of things, so I'm afraid, folks, you're going to have to put up with the Yorkshire voice for a little while longer. Bess just going through his prep for this delivery. Bowls it now. Reverse sweep played by Ben Brown. That'll give Dom something to think about as Jaffa Chan feels that from what was initially third man. Brown off the mark. 117 for 4. Bess to Albert, who just drops that into a yawning gap in the offside and will pick up 1 run. So slowly for Hampshire. 3 singles in the over though. They'd be happy enough with that, having lost a recent wicket. Toby Albert 43 from 112 deliveries. Ben Brown's had a look at 7 and picked up 1. The hosts needing a further 160. And Yorkshire needing 6 more wickets. George Hill going to continue from this hotel end of the ground then. And he comes bowling to Albert. See him roll his wrist over the top of that delivery. The ball spearing in to the right-handed batter who defends into the offside. Good morning to Lily, who thinks George Hill will get some wickets on this match, and she thinks Yorkshire will win. And she's come up with a silly nickname for Don Bess, Messy Bessie. Here is George Hill, turned into the leg side by Albert, square. Not by Albert square, but turned square by Albert. No EastEnders on this commentary. 1 run. Good morning to Judith Hanley, who I got a message from yesterday. So if you're with us, Judith, good morning to you. She says, I feel I'm falling so far behind Lily in the email stakes. So just a quick one. And I was mentioning drinking coconut milk yesterday. We don't have any coconut milk today. Maybe it was because of that World whatever it was day that was sent by Jan. Here's Hill. Brown defends. Anyway, there's no coconut milk up here today, but Judith was worried about how much sugar was added to it. I hadn't even thought about that. I just thought it tasted nice. So, lots to do here for both these sides at the moment. The challenge is on. We've had nearly going on for half an hour of play already. Hill in and bowling. Short, chopped away into the offside by Ben Brown, fielded by James Wharton. Plenty of encouragement in the Yorkshire rank and file around the ground for this man who was running in to bowl again. George Hill to Brown, who defends up to mid-off. Ben Cliff, he was going through his paces this morning in the warm-up, getting nice and loose. May well be called upon at some point. Hasn't yet bowled in this second innings. He was happy enough with the Leeds United result yesterday as Hill bowls, and looks like he took the pace off that. Brown helped it round the corner, just misdirected slightly by George to leg stump. And another single, 45 overs complete, now 120 for 4. Further 158 needed by Hampshire. 6 wickets still needed by Yorkshire. And I think Yaman is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
But we're not back on the BBC.
Not on BBC yet, but we will be. What a marathon effort from you. Thank you very much. Extra. Whether you get any extra payment for that last 25 minutes is a different matter, but that was a sterling effort, and apologies where I was... having to sort that also. To be honest, I was in the end, I'm confusing myself. So I better just concentrate on the cricket. Shall I give you a bit of a break? Don Bess bowling, and that's turned away or missed on the leg stump. That's a good take from Finley Bean down the leg side. Bess, the wicket taker this morning. Tom Press going for 16, added just 4. Not a good start for Hampshire. It's already a tough chase. As Bess bowls. Reverse sweep there, Ben Brown gets a good connection, but there is Jaffa Chauhan down there in the deep backward of point. That brings 1 run, 121 for 4. Half an hour gone then. Hampshire have advanced by 15. As Bess, for the loss of Prest, has turned a bit, kept down by Albert, called through for a single. Now, I think we might just be on the BBC. It'll start coming through in a minute. There's always a few seconds delay. Bess bowls. Brown is forward, plays it back to the bowler. Online, there's always I think it's about 25, 30 seconds of delay, so something's going to suddenly burst out of the computer in a minute. But I need to check. Brown comes down the wicket, drives up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I've had varying reports of you 1 ball behind or 2 balls behind.
I think it varies, really. I think it's slower up north. We're a bit quicker down here. And that's pushed up towards the bowler.
Well, no, I've had varying reports since I've been here from spectators saying that you're either 1 ball behind or 2 balls behind.
Yes. Oh, me, personally. Oh, right, yes.
No, just the broadcast.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about me being a bit slow, which has been said in the past. Anyway, 122 for 4. Bess has completed 20 overs. He has 1 for 35.
Yeah, George Hill still working out to try and get through for the first time this morning. Picked up the first wicket of this Hampshire second innings when he bowled Ali Orr. Top of off stump. .46 overs old, this ball now. Hill bowling to Albert, who punches into the offside. There's a bit of a yes-no wait between the two batters. Really would not want a silly run out at this stage, and if you are going to be hesitant, you wouldn't want to hesitate to James Wharton's fielding. And so they decided to go back. And I think that was the sane and sensible decision in that moment. Albert working really hard here for Hampshire. 45 not out. Hill bowling to him. And he defends. 50 has been a figure that has been difficult to come by. Only Adam Lyth has got to that stage as an individual. And there's been a few players who've got to this sort of stage in the 40s. And then haven't managed to tick the half-century box. Just showing you the difficulty. Even when you're in, you're not really. Here is Hill once again, and Albert defends. Speaking to Don Bess, who obviously got 40 not out in the first innings, he was saying that it's one of those sort of pitches where if you, at the moment you start to think you're in, you're probably going to get yourself out if you play a shot with more confidence than maybe you have painstaking to put together a 40, and then you think, oh, I think I've got this now, and then it'll find you out. Hailing and bowling. Albert defends into the offside, and Lyth, that half centurion, does the fielding.
You're exactly right. You have to play with the same determination and correct technique when you reach 30, 40 or even 50, which is fairly rare in this game, as you do in your first couple of balls that you face. And if you feel that you want to be a little bit more expansive, that's when you get done in this game. This wicket demands a proper technique.
Yeah, and really good concentration, and Albert showing that. 45 now from 120 deliveries. Been very watchful. He's now been batting for 137 minutes. More than that, in fact, 138, I think. So he's about as in as anybody could get in the match. And he's just got to keep on applying that same thing time and again. It'll be a tiring sort of concentration this morning as he plays the last ball out into the offside. Another George Hill maiden, 3 of those from his 11 overs so far, but he's only going at 1.5 an over. And he's keeping things tight, but he can't go on all day.
No. So now we're all joined up.
Are we?
We
Excellent.
are finally all joined up.
Hello, BBC people.
Yes. You special people. So the story of the first 35 minutes is that Hampshire, having resumed on 106 for 3, needing 172, have advanced to 122 for 4, needing 156, and the one wicket that has fallen already this morning after 13 minutes of play, Tom Prest advancing down the wicket to Dom Bess, skied a catch to mid-wicket where Matt Revis held on, and Prest went for 16, having added only 4. First ball from Dom Bess, new over, sees Brown, the captain, push on the onside, and there is no run. Toby Albert is 45 not out. He's extended his overnight score by 9. It was always going to be a tough chase, this. That's a nice reverse sweep from Brown. Should be at least 2 as Jeffer Chauhan runs around from deep backward, a point to around the third man area. Good throw in, good run by Brown. Every run counts. Hampshire, it might only sound 154 runs away, but in the context of this game where generally the scoring has been slow, that is a lot of runs to get with just 6 wickets remaining. Bess in again and bowls. Reverse sweep again from Brown. Now Chauhan will again cut it off, but they will again pick up 2. Good fielding. Chauhan, the ball came to him a little quicker that time. He had to do a little roll to get himself in behind the ball. Just below us to our right. 152 needed. And we've said it many times during this game, but both these sides are desperate for a result. We've already had 2 results yesterday. Nottinghamshire beating Surrey, Warwickshire beating Sussex. That was a close game. Just 1 wicket Warwickshire getting home by. That could have gone either way. Saw some quotes from Chris Wokes on that game. Sounded mighty relieved to get Warwickshire over the line. Here's Bess from the pavilion end and bowls. That's turned a little bit, just played in the air by Brown as he pushed at that one, but it bounces a couple of times. Revis picks up at mid-wicket. 126 for 4. Bess. Brown comes down the wicket and smothers the turn. He wants a single. No, says Toby Albert. It goes out square on the leg side. Probably a good call. It would have been tight. We are coming towards the end of the 48th over of the Hampshire second innings. Overall, the chase of 278 was always going to prove stiff, as that's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. 21 overs, 1 for 39 for Dom Bess, the 1 wicket taker this morning. Hampshire 126 for 4. Kevin James and Jonathan Doidge with you.
Rob in Kent says it's probably a topic that's been done to death. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Rob. But it's worth reminding everyone that Headingley was not getting a test match for a couple of years. It's also largely down to Yorkshire not sending any representative to test match allocations meeting. Granted, this was the previous regime at Yorkshire, but it isn't just down to the ECB. I think I said that a couple of days ago when we were talking about it.
Do you know, one or two people have talked to me about that article that appeared on the BBC website. I presume it's still there. I have no chance because I've been doing other things this morning, but it's created a lot of discussion.
Yep, Hill and bowling and Albert defence.
Ben Stokes saying it was shambolic that Headingley hasn't got a test for the next however long, and Joe Root didn't go quite that far, but of course his comments were picked out and of course have been amplified, and now it's turned into this full-scale, we want Headingley hosting more test matches and the players should have a say, and other people saying, well, look, hang on a minute.
Hill bowling to Albert, who defends to Ben Code at mid-on. Howard Ray. Good morning to you, Howard. He says, hi, Doidgy. The game is very nicely poised, but I'm backing our boys to take the win points today. If Hampshire do achieve the target, it really means our Scarborough game falls into the must-win range. And the weather for Scarborough at this stage is not brilliant. But coastal weather can change very quickly either way. You'll no doubt see you up there. Yeah, you certainly will see me, Howard, as Hill bowls and Albert defends. Yeah, fish and chip night with Howard and Co. of the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association at Taylor's to come on the first night, I think, of the match this coming week.
Other fish outlets at Scarborough available, of course.
Yeah, certainly are. Yeah. Reynards. I still like Reynards. It's just up the road from the ground.
How are you still working?
Hill bowls. Albert goes back foot punches. Wharton. James Wharton, he made a really good stop earlier. I don't think he's actually picked anything up clean yet today, but he's patrolling around in the covers and throwing himself about a bit and doing a few goalkeeper saves.
Shameless advertising.
Off the Taylors.
Oh, gosh. Those are the views of Jonathan Deutsch, not necessarily of myself. Just to give myself, just to pull myself out of this situation.
Hill in and bowling and Albert defends. What a typical staffer sort of comment.
That's why I've lasted so long.
Typical BBC staffer.
That's why I've lasted so long, Doidgy.
Where's your backbone, lad?
Went years ago. Knocked out of me.
Never been able to get a staff job. Not good enough.
I'm not surprised. Listening to you the last 2 minutes.
Here's Hill bowling, and that is blocked by Albert into the offside. Adam Lythe does the fielding. End of another quiet George Hill over because it was another maiden. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17, 126 for 4.
There's one phrase that you need to keep in the front of your mind above all others. Other brands available.
I do very often say that.
Yeah, but that's after you've name checked other things before that. It only lasts for so long. You can get away with that for so long, doing that after you've named brands. 49 overs gone, 126 for 4. That's right. Yeah, wrap over the knuckles.
I wasn't naming a brand. I was just naming the name of the restaurant where the fish and chip night is held.
It's the same thing, isn't it? 126 for 4. Don Best will continue from the pavilion end. He has a leg slip and a short leg. Sweep shot in the air, but safe. Just over the head of the man on the 45. It's gone for a boundary. Sweep shots and reverse sweep shots here have generally been not without a bit of risk. But you can argue that on a wicket that's always been a little difficult to score quickly, that it's a legitimate shot, but you do have to be a little careful. Bessin again, bowls. Brown uses his feet, plays it into the ground on the leg side. So Brown's moved on to 11. Hampshire have moved on to 130 for 4. And that target is now 148. Or another 148. Quicker ball, Brown pushes forward. Don't forget the women's quarter-final T20 Cup game today on the nursery ground to our left. That's at 2:30 this afternoon. Free entry to both this and that game as well. As that's pushed away into the gap on the offside. Brown moves on to 12, 131 for 4. Looking forward to that. I did have a quick look. Yorkshire not involved in the T20 Cup quarter-finals today. There's only one Tier 2 side involved. That's Northants. All the others involved today are Tier 1 sides. Best bowls. Down the leg side. Again, good take Finley Bean.
I think it's fair to say that Yorkshire's women didn't have the best of T20 tournaments.
Is that the blast? Yeah. But he's well forward. Half shout from Bess, but from here, Albert looked a long way. Got a big stride in there. Just watch this again if you're on the picture feed. Bess bowls quite wide of the stumps. Oh, my word, he's so far outside off stump. That's... See, I don't think Bess ever thought that was out. I think he's just done it because he just wanted to, really. Just wanted to exhale some air. Because that wouldn't even hit another set on the offside.
He would have struggled.
Yeah.
Change of bowling.
Decision for the umpire, that one.
Yes.
I think I would have got that one right.
Don't be too confident.
I'd have backed you to get that one right.
Ben Cody's going into the attack to replace George Hill at the hotel end of the ground. I'll continue as the pin cushion here. Over number 7 for Ben. 6 overs, 1 for 21 yesterday. First ball was a dot, played by Ben Brown. This is feeling like the game to me. Ben Brown against Yorkshire here. For all the 45 that Toby Albert's got, he's added 11 this morning in 45 minutes. So he's defending well. He's accumulating steadily. As Code is worked backward of square leg and Chohan is round quickly to field. They get 1, but just Ben Brown naturally scores at a quicker pace. That's going to take Hampshire closer. If he stays in for any length of time, start to wind up the pressure on Yorkshire. We're running out of runs. We still need wickets, that type of feel.
Yeah, so, he's in good form this year.
Yeah.
Averaging 36 in the championship.
I think it would be a huge boost to them if they could, again, see the back of him for a reasonably low score for all, as I say, that Toby Albert's doing at the other end. And if he can play the role he's doing, that anchor at the moment, then all the better for Hampshire. He's just defended that latest delivery. He just keeps knocking it around and picking up those ones. Then the pressure will begin to turn. At the moment, Yorkshire would still be favourites to find 6 wickets in 140 odd runs, or fewer than, but there will be a bit of a tipping point at some stage as that's punched out into the offside, and there was no run. Still just under 30 overs to go to another potential new ball. Not sure whether Yorkshire would even want to take it at that stage. It might be more difficult playing with a pair of socks on a slow pitch. We'll see if we get that far.
Nice pair of socks.
Soft ball. Yeah. Code in and bowling, and Albert defends. Well, I mean, if they get another 30 overs in and it's not finished, then they're going to be that much closer on the scoreboard, and a new ball might be easier to score with by then, depending upon who at that stage is batting. Ben Code then making his way in. Passes umpire Chantry. Punched very nicely indeed by Toby Albert. And, no accumulation about that. That was a lovely shot, just too much width from Ben. And punched away square on the offside. So, bit of a bonus boundary come the end of the over. 5 from it. 136 for 4. They're almost at the halfway point here, Hampshire. And Yorkshire almost at the halfway point in the wickets column.
Well, I agree with you with the view of Ben Brown. He has been consistent this year. I think what's interesting is Toby Albert, for me, has never really been out of nick this season. I don't hear anybody that says, well, he looks hopelessly out of nick, but he hasn't really scored the runs that he should get. He's already hit his highest score in the championship this season. He's currently 49 not out. He only missed the first, didn't play in the first 2, played in all the since. Brown uses his feet to best. That's half stopped at mid-wicket, but they'll get a single anyway. So is today the day for Toby Albert? I hope I haven't talked him out there, but I just feel he's a better player than what he's shown so far in the championship. I mentioned earlier that he averages 15. I think I mentioned that yesterday or the day before. But he is a much better player than that. And it's a long time since he's gone without a big score. That's played to mid-wicket. And, when you talk about a player not being out of nick and he's a good player and has played 7 games and his top score is 40-odd, somewhere around the corner there's a score due. Albert plays that quietly out on the offside. And I'll be honest, today might just be the right time to make a telling score. Fingers crossed. As Albert plays that away on the onside. Interesting, he's moved down to number 3 in the order. Hasn't quite worked when he's opened. Maybe number 3 is better suited. 137 for 4, Bess again. Albert pushes that away. He wants the single. He's not going to get one there as he goes out square on the offside. 141 runs needed, Hampshire. They started the day needing 172. They have lost Prest for 16. Skying Best to mid-wicket. As Albert plays that into the ground. He will get his half-century. Albert's relieved. I think some in the crowd are relieved that he's got to a half-century. It's long overdue in the championship. First milestone ticked off. Probably another couple of milestones left for him, hopefully, in this game. That 50 has come off 138 deliveries, and that includes 6 fours.
Yeah, doing a cracking job. So just the second half-century in the match, and the first for Hampshire. And Yorkshire still toiling away here to try and find another wicket. 51 minutes into play. That only wicket to have fallen came at 11:14. It's been a while again. They've so far used George Hill and Ben Code seam at this hotel end of the ground, and solely Don Bess from the pavilion end, 1 for 46 from 23, precisely 2 and over. Here's Code, bowling to Albert. Felt like it was fairly close in some way or other. Bell's been whipped off by Finley Bean. He's doing a good job behind the stumps there.
He is, isn't he? Neat, isn't he? It's been neat in there. It hasn't been the easiest game to keep. With the odd ball keeping low, keepers have tended to stand up when they can to the seamers. Not easy. He's made it look. Yeah, he looks promising, doesn't he?
Here's Code. In and bowling. Ooh, keeping slightly low and well watched. Toby Albert jabbed down on that. Maybe the benefit of 139 previous deliveries helped there. If you'd just gone in and received one of those, could have been tricky, but he watched it well. Back with Ben Code, walking back to his mark with some purpose here. And he comes again. And once more, asking the question, bowling it straight, keeping Toby Albert honest, as they say. And he was up to the task. So Yorkshire striving, Hampshire battling. Code coming in again. Albert resolute once more in his defensive push. Ben Code, so much experience, as we mentioned, in the Hampshire first innings. 32 years of age now. He's been in and out with injuries, particularly in the last few seasons. 327 first-class wickets to his name before this match began. And he's in, and Albert blocks again, averaging 20.56 now. That's gone upwards ever so slightly.
Terrific average
in the last 12 months or so.
That's a terrific average over a few seasons, isn't it? That's great consistency, great level of service.
And he comes again. Final ball of the over. And once more, the wall that is Toby Albert at the moment does the blocking. So, good over by Ben Code, but he couldn't get through. Maiden. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26, 138 for 4.
There was a couple of little ones with their yellow Hampshire T20 shirts on the way to our right on the west side of the ground that have got red caps on. They've been playing some cricket. I've just been watching that during that over. So fun to see little ones like that. I think they've just stopped, actually. I think they're having a break because every time one of them hits it, the ball runs away over the bowl and it runs away quite a while. And I think they're expending a lot of energy, so I think they've just gone to have a break. But it's absolutely fantastic to watch them do that. I think there's 1 or 2 others doing the same as well. And way to our right. Here's Don Bess. Bowls, Brown whips that away on the leg side. Called through for a quick single. Albert's home. He was the one that was desperate to get through, and he was off like a whippet. Throw comes in, and Albert was comfortably home. 139 for 4, 139 needed. Andrew Marshall has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Listening to your comments about the test allocation, why has Lords always got a test? Especially after the pitch produced early this year against New Zealand. I think part of that article and part of the comments, Albert's looking for a single on the offside, best is quickly across, is that I think many people feel that, well, if the Oval gets one, why should Lords, and vice versa? Why should there be 2 London tests? I'm not sure. I did see some of the comments on that article yesterday. And I suppose inevitably, as that's turned away to mid-wicket, where Headingley's not getting a test match or so for the next few years, whatever, the attention then turns to the grounds where there's not many test matches. And of course, I'm thinking of this ground. And there was a comment under the comment section. Let's push forward. Somebody called this place a flat pack arena. Where they got that from? Flat pack arena. I mean, what on earth is that comment based on? Anyway, I think the comments are quite funny. That one especially. Here's Bess bowls. Now, but he's going to get a single as he just nudges that away into the gap on the offside. You have to be very careful playing into that area. Albert was. 51, he moves on to 140 for 4. Flat pack arena. I'm going to tell Rob Bransgrove that. I think he'll be chuckling like me. Now, Brown has used his feet and also worked it into that area. Quite rightly, Bess has left it free because really you shouldn't be looking to hit it there. But when you get close to the pitch of the ball, then it's fine. There's the camera. Look, there's some others playing just away to our right as we look. It's lovely to see little ones playing cricket like that. I love that. There they are.
It's nice to see the H and the G on the shot there as well as part of the flat pack, because you do need instructions, don't you, when you put it up.
Very good. The ones with the yellow shirts are back playing again. They've obviously suitably refreshed, had a bit of a break. So we've got a couple of youngsters out there.
Ben Brown on strike. And Ben Code to bowl. And he's in now. Brown defends into the offside to Adam Lyth. James Hale has been in touch on X and has asked me what my lunch order is today after yesterday's debacle. Well, I have managed to order it pre-going on air today, James, and it is cottage pie. Having said that, yesterday, I did order whatever it was and it was unavailable. So when I get across there at lunchtime, I'm just hoping that cottage pie is in store. Code to Brown, who defends once again.
And there we were, worried that we were spending too much time talking about food and your ordering, and yet it was so gripping that somebody feels the need to mention it today.
Code in again. Interesting ring of fielders, some closer than others, as Brown once more defends. We've still got two men, probably only 10 or a dozen yards from the bat. One to leg, one to off. Luxton and Lyth respectively. James Wharton's at squarish cover. Sam Whiteman's disappeared off to a wide third man. Don Bess with the double teapot at slip at the moment. Code coming in again. Brown once again having to defend a straight delivery. So, the line has been largely very good this morning. It's been on the money. They've been doing what they need to do, which is keep asking the Sussex. They keep asking the Hampshire. Oh, that's probably sacrilegious around here. Keep asking the Hampshire players to play. I think it's because Ben Brown's batting, isn't it?
It's a while since he left Sussex.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? But that's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Code bowls, and former Sussex man Ben Brown plays that into the offside, and there is no run. So they've been doing what they've been asked to do. Bowl wicket to wicket, and hoping the pitch will do something for them. It's doing nothing for the seamers, really. And so it's becoming increasingly about spin. The closer you get in terms of runs needed by Hampshire, the less likely you'd think that they're going to unleash, as Ben Code bowls and Brown blocks again to complete another maiden. And the closer you get to knocking him off, probably the less likely they're going to trust in Jaffa Joe. And unless he gets to the stage of, we'll just throw him on and see what happens. So, if you've got a little bit of concern that, runs might be more easy to come by, there might be more bad balls from the leg spinner, then would you put him on earlier? Would you not put him on at all? Would you just throw him in there if all else has failed?
Yeah, 3 overs for 17 last night. Didn't quite get it in the right areas. Bert Townsend has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, can Adam Townsend have a shout out? Currently listening in the garden in sunny Ventnor. Keep up the good work, says Bert. Thank you very much. So 137 needed. There's best bowls and Albert defence. So we've had, an hour's play this morning. Hampshire have gone from 106 for 3 to 141 for 4. So they've added 35 for the loss of Prest. It was always going to be slow going. This game as a whole has not been played at pace. All the innings, the round of applause is I think there's periodically, somebody's obviously saying something in the Yorkshire team, saying, right, now's the time to suddenly just up the noise level. I noticed that yesterday. I think, is it every hour or, I don't know, somebody just says something or gestures something and then everybody just starts clapping.
Yeah, it's like the chime of the church clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the hour. Every hour.
Best bowls. So it's flicked away. It hits Lyth at short leg. Not particularly hard because it was just a flick away, but Lyth got in the way. Keith Allen has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll come to that in a moment. Best bowls. Albert just plays that into the ground. Keith says, Hampshire were very fortunate to get any international cricket, let alone an Ashes test. Oh my word, Keith. You know how to antagonise the local people here. They waited a long time for that Ashes test. It's turned away behind square on the leg side for a single, 142 for 4. He feels that the car parking and transport arrangements here are still not what they should be. That's your view, Keith. That's no problem. I'm sure the ground will fill up without you. That's outside the off stump and it's left alone.
The White Tyke says if Hampshire win, they will have done the quadruple over us. Has this ever been done before? Hashtag asking for a friend.
That's Brown. Well, they're asking for an LBW there. I thought there might have been an edge onto the pad and it was slightly in the air as Lyth tried to react. Bess was appealing for an LBW. Let's have a look at this. Bowls, and that's done too much. That's going down the leg side. Going way down the leg side. Doesn't stop Bess appealing though. 142 for 4. Hampshire need 136 from here.
Yeah, and he's just flipped his cap as he walks off Don Bess with an air of frustration about it as a drink is brought out onto the field of play by Isaac Beppe. And it looks like he's the drinks runner for the day for the Yorkies. Brad Sylvester also travelled down. He's been on fielding from time to time. And Ben Cody's going to continue bowling, as he has from time to time in this match. 1 for 26 from 9 overs, 2 of which have been maidens. He's been pretty tight this morning, but he's just not been able to find a way through, nor could George Hill in his little burst earlier on as well. Code trying to make something happen for Yorkshire, bowling once again to Albert, who is very much a study of concentration out there at the moment for Hampshire. I think of at least one Yorkshire batter of the past who would have relished a situation like this. All about technique, all about concentration. And on those rare occasions when you get a bit of width, pick up what you can. Code not giving much width here, but it was just a bit leg stumpish, and that has been nudged around the corner off probably Toby Albert's knee roll. Jack Chantry signals to the scorers that's a leg bye. Penco just looking up to the heavens in frustration. So he obviously nearly bowled the ball he wanted to bowl. Wasn't too far away, but not close enough. 143 for 4. Ben Brown on strike. Code bowling to him. Opens the face, runs it into the deck. Well fielded by Bess. The contrast between Yorkshire's 2 off spinners in terms of their attire. Bess kind of always a bit baggy, if you know what I'm saying. The sweater hangs loose. He's got muck all over that front, as we say regularly. Adam Lyth, well, he's always well turned out, shirt tucked in, all of that. Here's Code. And Brown punches that to Ben Cliff at mid-off, and again no run. Ultimately it doesn't matter too much about what you look like, it's about what goes down in the runs and wickets columns at the end of the day.
It used to be a real sort of thing about being a well turned out cricketer, didn't they? A few decades ago, that was quite a big thing, isn't it? It does feel as though things are much more relaxed and have been for a while.
There's Code again. Ooh, good delivery, which I think hit Ben Brown, maybe even above the waistline there. It certainly caused him to do something a bit different. Those who can see it again, you'll get an opportunity now. So yeah, off cutter from Ben Code, and it went quite a long way. Hits him in the abdominal area.
There's just a bit of cloud come over, hasn't there? The sun's disappeared. I'm just wondering if that might just every now and then affect things. That certainly bounced and nipped back a bit.
16 for Ben Brown. 135 now needed to win. They're past the halfway point, Hampshire. And Code bowling and Brown punching into the offside. Adam Lyth fielding. So still we don't know. Still we wait. An hour and 8 minutes of play this morning. Think I'm going to be in for a shocker of a day tomorrow, come what may.
What, in terms of?
Well, lack of sleep tonight by the looks of it, because I've got to get home, yeah.
Yeah, long way.
Alarm will be going off at 3.
Oh dear.
Looking forward to the rest of tomorrow after that.
Well, there was only one wicket that fell yesterday in the morning session. And Hampshire, as much as anything, need to keep wickets, as many wickets intact as they can and get this game going deep. Michael from Rowledge has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. If you're not sure where Rowledge is, it's not far from Farnham in Surrey. And you'll understand why I mentioned that when I read out the email in a moment. As best bowls defended by Albert. After listening to the Aldershot Football Club match yesterday, says Michael, I believe anything is possible. So if Hampshire need 100 with 1 wicket left, I will still believe. Yesterday, Aldershot were 1-0 down, missed a penalty. We're down to 9 men with 3 minutes left, as that's played out square on the offside, and still got a draw. I do not know who they played. I might look it up just for the record. So there you are. Just shows anything is possible as best bowls. Reverse sweep from Albert. Gets a good bat on that. Chauhan's got work to do. Will cut it off. Down at third man in front of the rope. 2 to Albert. Takes him on to 54. 145 for 4. Hampshire from here need 133. And we are 50 minutes away from lunch. As best bowls again. Albert plays that soft hands into the ground, fielded by Lyth. Who's at short leg. Enthusiastic short leg fielder, Adam Lyth. With the ball in hand, he was enthusiastic. Sweep missed, but he's well outside off stump as he gets hit on the pad. Still 3 men around the bat. Lyth, the only one on the leg side, as a slip and a silly mid-off as Bess is in again. And Albert's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery that. Just in that sort of area where Albert's not quite sure whether to come forward, back, or, to be fair to Albert, he plays inside the line, didn't turn. End of the over. Bess has completed 26 overs, 1 for 52.
Yeah, still going at 2, still just that 1 wicket. And Will Luxton moved from leg gully to silly mid off there, as you observed, and maybe because there's just been a fair few singles have been dinked into that area, which was otherwise a big gap. It just puts a fielder in the batter's eye line.
Yeah.
Maybe just prevents him from going for that push in case he gets it slightly wrong.
It's a good move, I think.
Yeah, just trying to dry things up even more. 133 more needed. Ben Code is continuing. And he's in and bowling now to Ben Brown, who just lays his bat on that, plays it out to Adam Lyth. And there is no run. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
Lee Bowers replying to that flat pack stadium comment.
Here's Code. Brown defending again.
Lee Bowers, I should say. They could rename the ground. Now, I'm not going to mention the brand name, but you all know it. Famous Danish or Swedish company. which are well known for flat packs. But unlike Deutsche, I'm reluctant to mention brand names. I need my job just for a little while longer yet.
Here's code. That's worked down to third man. Brown will pick up a single. I'm going to mention a couple more then. Timeform. Horse Racing Bible was selling its last printed race cards yesterday at York and various other tracks. It's now gone all digital. That's from somebody who writes a bit for the Racing Post, so I'll mention them as well, just for a bit of balance. The two kind of daily Bibles.
You have no shame.
But also for the Independent, of course, 2 days a week. Do you want me to spread that any further? Other brands of race card, I think, are available. Here's code, and that's turned to leg and fielded by George Hill. Everything going digital, isn't it, these days? You know, that daily racing publication that I just mentioned, Kev, the second one, who I do a bit of work for. Very few now. When you used to walk into the racetrack and there were piles and piles of them to go and pick up. But now you might get a pile with one guy selling them because it's all gone onto your phone, isn't it, Brady? Here's code. Ooh, nearly sneaks that through, and well played, Toby Albert. He really is in the zone at the moment, isn't he, out there? Because that's hitting middle and leg if he doesn't get the bat down on that.
Is that an interesting one, isn't it? The previous over, similar ball, bounces, nips back. That one's nipped back a bit and kept low. But you're right, Toby Albert played that exceptionally well.
146 for 4. Here's code again. This time more comfortably. Albert defends. 1 off the over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27 Ben code. But for Yorkshire, it's all about finding 6 deliveries that have got wickets as a result. And Hampshire, well, they're just still feels a long way away, doesn't it? 132, but they are chipping away and chipping away at it.
Well, if they are to get anywhere near the 132 runs that they need from here on in, we mentioned yesterday morning the one wicket that fell was Matt Revis, but Yorkshire only added 73. So that'll give you an example of just how difficult quick scoring is. And of course, as the situation gets closer and closer, then each run becomes even more important, which will bring its own challenges, of course. So if Hampshire are to get close, we are going deep into this game. Now, there's an interesting point here on this email, which I'll come to during this over. Down the wicket comes Brown, hits it through wide mid-off, but only for a single. He moves on to 18, 147 for 4. Keith Allen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Now, before I read the email out, obviously we've got a situation here where Finley Bean is keeping wicket because Johnny Bairstow is considered too injured to do that, and he's not on the field. But he can bat. Oh, he's pushing at that one as he got out. He's caught at silly mid-off. Not out, says the umpire. 1 or 2 of the Yorkshire fielders just standing there, surprised. Adam Lyth, one of those. That's not surprising. Just watch this again. It turns. It's turned into the pad. Difficult, of course, when you're a long way away, but maybe was there a little nick on it? I don't know if it was. It would have been the faintest of touches, but let's be honest with you, it looks more. Bessie's walking back very slowly as well. The crowd now starting to sense that there's a little bit of dissent there. Bessie's taking his time with this next delivery. He clearly feels there was an edge onto the pad. Coming in again. Bowls. That's turned. They're shouting for something. Not sure what they're shouting for. Just watch this again. It's turned a long way out of the rough. Bounced as well. A little bit tense out there at the moment. 147 for 4. Keep that concentration, Mr. Albert, as he turns that away on the leg side for a single. Runs the first one quickly, the chippy 2. Oh no, he's just tripped a little bit, Toby Albert, and doesn't risk it. Just got his studs stuck in the turf at the far end and decided that let's play it safe and get the 1. 148 for 4.
You can see turf at the far end, can you?
Well, dust. Brown pulls that away, could be caught around the corner. He has gone. Oh, and Don Bess has enjoyed that one. He's running towards us. And he's got the wicket that he feels he deserves, Don Bess, and it's Brown that's gone, trying to pull that away on the leg side. Good catch at leg slip, Will Luxton. Did turn a lot, yes, more handle, more glove of the bat. Just gave Luxton time to react. And Brown has gone for 18, second wicket down this morning.
Yeah, really superb catch, wasn't it, by Luxton under the circumstances. I think whatever it came off in terms of batting equipment, I think it also hits his body, doesn't it, which just then helped just give it a little bit of a loopy feel. If that goes straight off the bat, that is either in or out, but it's just giving him a little bit more help, that there was a slight curve with it as it went round, as if some of the pace had been taken off, and it just helped him react in time. But that's still an excellent grab there, and it's a big wicket, isn't it? I was saying that this could be the game, Ben Brown, and if Yorkshire can get him for a relatively low score, then that will definitely breed confidence in their ranks. And he's gone for 18. Played well while he was out there, but just one of those players who likes to keep things ticking, isn't he? He just naturally wants to do that.
There's the 2 little ones in yellow shirts just on the picture feed there that were playing a little bit of cricket earlier. The new batter is Felix Organ, in at 7. Now this email from Keith Allen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I mentioned that Johnny Bairstow is not keeping wicket because he got a painful blow around the hand area, wrist area, but he can bat. And of course, earlier on in the season, there was big hoo-ha about the number of injury replacements in matches over the first few rounds. It seems to have all got quiet this round, that's for sure. But Keith says the injury replacement processes are flawed in the extreme. Johnny Bairstow was okay to bat, but strangely he's not able to keep wicket. If he bats, he should field stroke keep wicket. If he can do the former but not the latter, then the fielding side should not be allowed a replacement and should field with 10 players. They can't have it both ways, says Keith. I think that's an interesting point.
It is. Yeah, I think what you get in, I would say, probably every county championship match in similar circumstances is the same thing, though, isn't it? You kind of will say to your opponents, yeah, okay, we'll let you go with that. Not saying that's right or wrong, but that's kind of the...
Yeah.
Is it almost the gentlemanly thing to do? I don't know if that's
past
that, but
yeah. I would say Yorkshire have asked Hampshire about this situation.
Probably.
And Hampshire, rather than kick up a fuss, have probably said, okay, that's my interpretation. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. Best into Organ, who reverse sweeps straight away. It's in the air, but safe because there is nobody at point. And Organ is off the mark straight away. So Best picks up his second wicket of the morning. And Hampshire are 149 for 5. Just watching the replay of this Ben Brown dismissal. It does turn quite a bit. And look at the reaction of Will Luxton. Really good catch, one-handed to his right.
Don Bess's celebration was a bit like an Olympic runner who's just run through the tape, in the 100 metres.
Well, the celebrations of him and Adam Lyth put together have probably put about 2,000 steps on their step counter on their phones when they've taken a wicket. They've run a long way.
Change of bowling then. Ben Cliff is going to get his first over of this Hampshire second innings. As I mentioned during the first innings, did a really good job for Yorkshire in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Right arm seamer, taller than the majority of his teammates in the bowling department. Matthew Revis would be up there as well.
Interesting, he hasn't bowled in the second innings yet, has
Yeah.
he? Having opened in the first inning.
Not sure what that's all about, because he's clearly not injured, because he's running in from the hotel end to bowl right now. And Felix Organ forward and defending.
Greg Thornett has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's saying, for the record, Aldershot Town snatched a draw from the jaws of defeat at Kidderminster Harriers yesterday. We seem to have adopted Shane Warne's mantra of never give up. Just absolutely never give up. That's right, a famous saying from the late great man.
Yeah, here is Cliff. Good delivery. Not so far off getting a nick on that one to Finley Bean. Felix Organ there. Yeah, I think I mentioned once before when I was down here, the one and only cricketer that I ever wrote to in my life was him.
Was it?
After that series, I just thought he was amazing in that series, even though England won it. And that expression, you know, fantastic. And the way he said that, you know, never give up, just never give up. You know, it was that sort of delivery, wasn't it? Here's Cliff again, and Organ blocks. And the reason that I put pen to paper was really just because it was inspirational. It was just an inspirational series. It was the best you're ever likely to see. And, you know, he'd had the wood, as they say, down under over, well, everybody he played against pretty much, but over England in Ashes series. And I thought that series showed his character more than anything, because in a team that was being beaten, he was still the man, wasn't he? As Cliff bowls, and that's blocked by Organ. You know, think of Trent Bridge that day, when they get in and among England with a relatively low chase, and you're still thinking when he comes on to bowl, you know, are we going to get across the line? Wherever he got the ball in his hand, and you know, he probably took, you know, he got the 90 odd with the bat, didn't he, as well? He probably took Australia closer in one or two of those games that they didn't win than would otherwise have been the case. Organ, I should say, drops that one out into the offside and picks up a single. I just thought, you know, if you're playing on that team, it would have been great winning all the time, but when you're up against it, and England were very, very, very good in that series, weren't they? Mm-hmm. You know, he just kept you still thinking, you know, are we actually good enough to get across the line here? I think probably more than any other player, including, you know, Glenn McGrath in that series. Here's Cliff bowling again. That's defended by Albert into the offside. So tidy start by Ben Cliff. Gets a pat on the back from Finley Bean, dashing between the wickets. One off the over, 150 for 5, 128 more for Hampshire, or 5 wickets for Yorkshire. I don't know if you shared that view, Kev, or maybe not even thought about it like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, Shane Warne as a person, certainly great to deal with here from a media point of view. Absolutely box office. But yeah, sad that he's no longer with us. Toby Albert has the top score in the game now with 55, which will give you an indication of just what a good job he's done so far, but I'm afraid from a Hampshire point of view, he needs to do a lot more as Organ plays that into the ground on the leg side. And there is no run. Best starts his 28th over here. 2 for 55. He's picked up both wickets this morning. Pressed for 16, Brown for 18. Bowl. We've got a leading edge there. Organ, he'll get a single out to extra cover. Best on throw will stow the stumps down, and Organ dives in at the far end. And for his trouble, he will also have a very dirty front. Because that is grassless around that area. Actually, he's come out of it not too bad, actually, Felix Organ. He must be having some sort of special spray there where the dust just sort of doesn't stick. 151 for 5. Hampshire need 127 from here. Best bowls. Reverse sweep, Toby Albert. That's gone fine. Should get 2 more. Chauhan again running quickly to his left to pick up. 2 to the Hampshire total, 2 to Albert, takes him on to 57. Hampshire 153 for 5, need another 125. It's still a lot to get. It was 172 at 11 o'clock this morning. And Hampshire resumed on 106 for 3. Here's Bess again from that pavilion end. Albert's on the back foot. Plays it back to the bowler. I just have another thought about that series you're talking about. Albert swings that away. He's caught! What a catch! At backward of square leg. Albert's just taken a moment because it was inches off the ground. He got a good contact, but he was in the air. And Bess has picked up his third this morning. That is a catch and a half.
Ben Cliff.
And that, I'm afraid, is a huge blow to the slim chances of Hampshire getting over the line. What a catch that was. It was dropping. He got his hands underneath and Albert trudging off with 57 to his name.
Yeah, superb catch. I mean, that was a huge moment, wasn't it, in the match when you consider how well he's played, and he's getting applause, probably resigned applause by the feel of it from the home support, but you can't underestimate how important that knock was. It's the highest individual score in the match, and he's still given his team some hope, but they're just the 4 wickets remaining now and still 125 runs to get. It will be very hard work from here, but all you can say is that he'll be very disappointed, obviously, that it's come to an end, but nobody can knock him for his effort in the contest.
So Andrew Neil walks out to the middle for Hampshire. He made 19 in the first innings, shared a partnership of 35 with Felix Organ. Well, a similar partnership will get Hampshire leading into the double figures, but ideally at this stage, and with Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker to come, it needs to be a few more than that first innings partnership. So Bess has 3 for 58. This morning he's got 3 for 19, his spell. We've had an hour and a half's play with half an hour to go until lunch. 3 men around the bat, as has been the norm really now for Bess. Silly mid-off, short leg slip. Andrew Neil just waiting for the field to be set. He's ready, and here comes Bess. Bowls and down the leg side. Again, smart take from Finley Bean. 3 runs off the over, 1 wicket taken. Hampshire 153 for 6, with still 125 needed.
And my pen's run out.
Ooh.
Just have to go get reserve pen supplies from the back of the com box. Has one of these teams' luck run out? Well, will do at some point today. Ben Cliff, buoyed by that super catch, is going to try now add to the wickets column here with ball in hand. Albert, by the way, 57 from 170 deliveries. He batted for 194 minutes there, and his knock included 6 fours. Sterling effort. And if Hampshire can find another 57 off somebody else in these last 4 wickets, then they'll be much, much closer. Cliff bowling to Organ with a solid block of that delivery. I think I'm right in saying it's 25 years to the day since Yorkshire lifted that 2001 championship I was talking about the other day. Scarborough Festival dinner coming up on Wednesday. Here's Ben Cliff. That one dropped into the offside by Felix Organ. There is no run. Sports Extra listeners back with us. And for those of you who are not fully au fait with the morning so far, well, Hampshire resumed in their second innings this morning 106 for 3, trailing by 171 runs. Toby Albert was 36 and Tom Press 12 at the time. Press was the first to go. That was into the 5th over of the day. Caught by Matthew Revis off Don Best for 16. Wideish mid on a ball that he got underneath and skied. As Cliff bowls and Organ once again blocks. Ben Brown then. Well, they had to wait just over an hour for a second wicket. Had to be patient, Yorkshire. But in the 60th over, Brown caught, I think, off bat, maybe handle, maybe glove, something like that. A ball that turned from Don Best. I think it just caught his clothing, maybe his thigh pad, something like that. Just seemed to take the pace off the ball slightly as it went round the corner to Will Luxton. He took a really good catch, one-handed at leg gully. Cliff to Organ, who defends. And Brown was gone for 18, and he's been a thorn in Yorkshire's side for either Sussex or Hampshire over the years, as I've mentioned a few times on these commentaries. And then just 5 runs later, that was 148 for 5, 153. Toby Albert just gone. Really well caught by Ben Cliff, off the bowling of Best for 57. Cliff in again for the penultimate ball of the over, and much the same as the previous 4, it's defended by Organ. And you can't underestimate this as a day for Don Best, really. I said before the start of the day, there'd be some pressure on here. Yorkshire's premier spin bowler of the 3 that are operating in this match. Well, just Yorkshire's premier spin bowler. And it's days like this when you need your spinner to come to the party. Dry, dusty pitch, big ground as well. Difficult to score runs from. Last ball of that is a dot, so another maiden to Ben Cliff. Well bowled to him. 2 overs for 1 so far. 153 for 6, 125 more for Hampshire. 4 more wickets for Yorkshire. But yeah, Don Best, who, as I said earlier, can and will admit that sometimes he'll overthink things. He'll get too anxious about things. Today, he'll have settled a few nerves and a bit of anxiety. If that was the case this morning, because he's picked up 3 wickets, he's in and among. Confidence will be soaring, and he'll be looking to really try and finish things off here.
Yeah, it's you can't underestimate within a team environment that whatever pitches you're playing on, the side will generally look at those group of players that they think will win them the game. Neil will get a single off a ball that keeps a little low through backward of point. If you're playing on a green top, the side looks for the seamers to bowl a side out. If the wicket's turning, they'll look to the spinners to bowl a side out. And of course, if it's a flat wicket, then the bowlers will look to the batters to build a big score, and that's the pressure. And whilst your teammates won't always admit it out loud, you know exactly what they're thinking as Organ's pushing that back down the pitch. So yes, there's always pressure on any one department within that team.
And these are the sort of things that maybe only ever get mentioned in team meetings or maybe in the bar. Yeah. You know, they're not going to mention it on the record. No.
Sweep there from Organ, goes along the ground. It's a single. 155 for 6.
In your post-day interview ahead of the final day, you might get comment from, you know, a batter or a seamer who might say, well, hopefully the spinners can do the job for us tomorrow. That'll be about as far as you get, won't it? But, you know, in the dressing room,
they better.
Yeah.
Rather than hopefully, they're not there. But everybody knows that within the team. Neil just cuts it away on the offside. Make up for 2 here, big gap. And indeed they do, as it goes out to an extra cover area where there's a large area that's not covered. 157 for 6, Hampshire need 121. And of course, with each wicket that falls, on this last day, that sizable target, which started off at 278 yesterday, gets further and further away. That's quietly played back down the pitch. Now, this is a nice email from Chris Lindsay. It's quite a long one, so I might just have to sort of read it out in parts. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Here's Bess. Neil drives. Full delivery outside the off stump. It's going for 4. That's the length that you can hit through that area with force. Not Bess's best ball this morning. 161 for 6. Hampshire need 117. So Chris says, long-time listener, first-time correspondent. As the parent of a couple of young lads, probably obviously inspired by a couple of those pictures earlier with the youngsters playing, of 6 and 4, I've been encouraging them towards our beloved sport from a very young age. The older of the two regularly attends 100 games with me, and the last couple of summers alongside learning to play with the local All-Stars setup. And can't get enough, so I thought it was about time we started taking him out to some real cricket, as it were. Shall I read a quick more? I'll read a bit more in a minute.
Bencliffe from the hotel end, defended by Organ. Back with you.
Chris goes on to say, a few weeks ago, I'd noticed Durham had a young chap called Ben Stokes in the lineup for the One-Day Cup, and we're visiting. So we made our way down to the bowl for the day. A few people turned up because they knew Ben Stokes was playing. We were a bit disappointed, though, because he didn't bowl or bat. He didn't, actually. The lad wasn't bothered, though, because he had Stokes' moment regardless, and he sent me a picture of him with Ben Stokes, which was nice.
Ooh, now then, just pushing forward at this one, Felix Organ. It's going to go down to third man and well fielded by Sam Whiteman, who's going to keep them to 2. Appreciative applause by the bowler.
That was a good bit of fielding, wasn't it? That certainly saved 2. Chris goes on to say, One-Day Cup adventures having gone well enough, we decided that yesterday was the day for his first-class big adventure. So me, Mum, both boys and a friend of ours headed down for some cricket. In brackets, the young voice that may have been heard shouting, hello, Sonny Baker, rather loudly, as the man ran into bowl at about 11:15ish yesterday morning, was our 4-year-old.
Cliff in and bowling, and Organ defends once again into the leg side. The sun just poking through for a moment.
Anyway, what a wonderful day out, says Chris. Walking around the outfield at lunch took me back to my own childhood, and the boys loved it. The older of the two seemed fairly set on meeting the aforementioned Mr. Baker. We wandered past the sheds at Stumps, and a young man's day was made, and he's also sent a picture of his younger boy with Sonny Baker.
Cliff in and bowling again. Organ playing this one firmly to Adam Lythe in the covers.
In either case, says Chris, I know it's probably not what a county championship audience want to hear, but anecdotally, at least the 100 is doing exactly what it's supposed to, taking impressionable youngsters and turning them onto cricket. So to summarise, the 100 working as planned, family days of wandering around the outfield, brilliant, the kids all right, Sonny Baker, a scholar and a gentleman.
Cliff for the penultimate ball of the over. And Organ jabs down on that again. Got a fairly lengthy one as well from Yorkshire lad. Do you remember this match from Scarborough 96, he says. Yorkshire turned in a proper North Marine Road Festival performance, beating Hampshire by 10 wickets. And you played.
Did I play in that?
Yorkshire made 292. Gough, Silverwood and Hartley got stuck into Hampshire, bowling them out for 159. 204 for Hampshire second time around, but Yorkshire knocked off the 72 required without loss. It's Cliff in, and that's jagging away down the leg side, and Organ's helped it on its way, or is it his pad that has? Neither. It was off Finley Bean by the looks of things, because it was a signal as a bye by Jack Shantry. And he's kind of unkindly sent in your match stats as well.
Oh dear, I don't remember the game, so I obviously did nothing.
He got 11 in the first innings with the bat, caught Hartley bowled Silverwood, 14 in the second, LBW Gough, 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 38, and 8 overs, none for 24.
Yeah, that's why I don't remember the game.
And then he's predicting that Yorkshire win this match by 16 runs.
16? Well, gosh, I'd settle for us to get that close at the moment. 114 away from here. Best to continue. He's been non-stop since 11 o'clock from that pavilion end. He has 3 for 66. I'll give you his figures today. There's Organs on the back foot, turns it along the ground for a single. On the leg side, he moves on to 7. Best today. But he started with none for 29. So he's 3 for 28. Would that sound right? None for 29, 3 for 67. So 3 for 28.
Yep.
Yep. Here he is again. Neil pushes forward. Goes out on the offside. Best quickly across.
Or is it? Hang on a minute.
29, 30.
30.
Yeah. 38.
8.
Yeah. Still good figures either way, but yes. 10-1 difference. Comes back at Neil, hits him high on the pad. Didn't stop Best from appealing, though. Who's still staring at the umpire, wants an explanation for that. I think I can probably give him one from up here. Too high and did too much. Just watch the replay here. See if I'm right. Turns. Probably going down leg side as well, actually. I think he's more excited because it turned quite a bit. 165 for 6. Some back out. I think you said that earlier, Bedoiji, actually. That's kept low. That's where you have to play with a straight bat. There's a darker cloud that's making its way over. It'll be all right, but it'll just take the sun away from us shortly. For a little while. Not too long, hopefully, as Best bowls and plays that into the ground. Does Andrew Neil, fielded by Live at short leg.
Should we take the lack of spectators on the final day of an interesting game when it's free entry as a sign of a lack of confidence in the hosts, do you think? Or is it just it's Sunday and other stuff to do?
It's pushed out on the offside. If I'm honest, I'd have been surprised if there would have been. I don't know. I think sometimes weekend. I mean, I know it's different around different grounds, and I get that. But I think here sometimes for a championship game, Thursday crowds, yes. Friday crowds, not bad. I think when you get to the weekend, for some reason, they seem to drop a little bit. And I think that's the same, no matter what the situation in the game.
Yeah, Headingley, statistically, I could be wrong here, but the feel is that usually Saturdays somehow the worst, and that there might be an odd one or two more on a Sunday if it's looking like it's going to be a finish. And obviously, if it's looking like your team's going to win, then you're more likely to turn up. There are some people who just turn up and are diehards, aren't they? Come what may. Yeah. They have to be there. Ben Cliff is bowling from this hotel end. Bowling here to Felix Organ, who's on 7. Throws this one up wide of off stump. Organ can't quite get his hands through. Might feel like he's missed out a little there. Yorkshire Lads followed up his previous message by saying if Felix Organ plays well today, Hampshire might just hit the right notes. I'm sure that's probably never been said before. Clearly, they've been a bit out of tune lately, but if you can conduct the innings, keep the lower order in harmony, Hampshire do still have a chance. Cliff bowls. That's angled in to Organ's off stump and played into the offside for Adam Lyth to field. He finishes off. Mind you, if he gets out cheaply, that dressing room will sound like a broken piano. And of course, if Hampshire collapse, I'm sure Kev will say they've organised their own downfall.
I think he's just about wringed everything he could out of that. Just looking to my left, and the Hampshire women are getting themselves prepared for the T20 Cup quarter-final this afternoon.
Cliff bowls. It's away down the leg side and clipped down towards Jaffa Chauhan. He's round from deep backward square to long leg to field, and they've got just the one. Good piece of fielding. Yeah, I think the only thing I could add to that would be that it was an organic message. I'll get me Coke.
Well, yeah, when you say added, I would have said more taken away.
go throw myself off one. He's coming into bowl and played with an open face. Neil runs that down to Whiteman at third man. They're going to pick up one.
Apart from sort of trying not to think about your last comment, but I was thinking Ben Cliff, he hits the deck a little harder. He hits the bat a little harder than you think, doesn't he?
Yep.
He's quite deceptive in that way.
It feels like he's bowling it maybe just not a lot, but a fraction fuller than he can sometimes do. Here he is again. That one's straight, and Organ called upon once more to defend. Not sure, analyst-wise, what's going on with Yorkshire today, but if anybody's viewing, listening, and they've got any stats come the end of this session as to how many deliveries Yorkshire bowlers have asked Hampshire to play, or percentage-wise, that would be interesting, because it feels like one heck of a lot. Cliff in again, and Organ once more called upon to defend. Ben Code picking the ball up. End of the 67th. 167 for 6 Hampshire. So if they're going to win, they're going to need to find 111 more runs, and Yorkshire need to find 4 more wickets. They've taken 3 this morning. Press for 16, Brown for 18, Albert for 57. All 3 going to Dominic Mark Bess.
Well, there's a heck of a game going on at Leicester, where Glamorgan in their second innings are 201 for 7, and they need another 56 to beat the home side, with 3 wickets remaining. And of course that result will have a bearing on the situation with Leicestershire bottom of the table currently. Essex at 386 for 7 in their second innings leads Somerset by 75. Somerset will be looking to get those last 3 Essex wickets reasonably quickly. Still plenty of time left as Best bowls to Neil. He works it away on the onside. Just the 3 matches in Division 1 currently going on, with those 2 results yesterday where Notts beat Surrey. Warwickshire got over the line by 1 wicket against Sussex as Neil works it away a little bit more forcefully to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, that sounds like a cracking game, doesn't it?
It does.
1 wicket win.
Oh, that one, yeah. Yes, I was mentioned earlier, I was looking at Chris Wokes' comments after the game, and I think they were pretty relieved, Warwickshire, to get through. It looked like they were, I wouldn't say cruising it, but odds on to win it, and then it all of a sudden changed as Neil will get a quick single. It might get 2, actually. It's gone more out into the covers where there is a big gap. 2 more to Neil. He moves on to 10. More importantly for Hampshire, 2 off the total to win column, which takes it down to 109. But just to repeat, that is a lot in the context of this match, not just in number of runs, but of course in time that would take to knock those off, if indeed Hampshire were to. 169 for 6 as Bess is in again, and Neil's on the back foot, plays that to mid-wicket. Just under 10 minutes to go until lunch. Don't forget that women's game this afternoon at 2:30. Neil drives, there'll be at least 2 more. And Chauhan running round to his right. Neil moves on to 12, 171 for 6. 2:30, Hampshire women and Somerset women T20 Cup quarter-final, which will be on the nursery ground. They were hoping to play here if the game had finished yesterday. As Bess bowls, Neil goes for a hoik on the leg side, just gone for 6, I think. Yes, it has. Well, that brings back memories of a couple of weeks ago when he hit many a shot over the rope in the 50-over game against Derbyshire here, where he picked up 100 in just 60 balls. And did a bit of a Johnny Besto there, didn't he? He was looking for that area when he batted yesterday. 177 for 6, Hampshire lead 101.
Yeah, 10 off the over. He's had a good day so far, Don Best, but he wouldn't want that. And can Andrew Neil get him out of the attack and have a look at somebody else? Well, still a lot of sixes to hit to get the 101 that are still needed. But every little helps. Have we got a change of bowling at this end? Looks like it. Ben Cliff has still got his sweater on and cap on, and Adam Lythe, he's going to have a go. Got a wicket with his first ball of the innings, of course, yesterday, that of Jake Lehman. Picked up a couple as well, 2 for 15 off 10 in the first innings. Can it work for a third time in the match? The Lythe experiment.
Well, he's been a golden arm in this game, hasn't he? 2 wickets in the first innings and 1 last night, Jake Lehman. Having, well, that's his 3 wickets this season. Peter Moore has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Watching the game from Australia, I'm a little mystified why Don Best does not vary his deliveries, given his control is so good. Well, it is. I just think this is a pitch, really, where you just want to bowl in the same spot and the ball will just behave slightly differently. I think on a flat pitch where there's no turn, I wouldn't disagree with that. I don't think really he does need to vary it too much.
Well, actually, one of the criticisms of him in the past has been that he's tried to bowl too many different deliveries in an over and not settled on a stop ball. I think he's changed that around a little more in the last season or two. And that little dink into the offside from Adam Lythe's first ball there by Felix Organ brings Andrew Neil on to strike. That was a ripple of applause. 100 needed by Hampshire. Once it gets down to single figures, that's a little psychological box ticked. There's a short leg in place, a slip, backward point, cover sweeper, wide mid-off, Ben Code, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. A wider mid-wicket who is on the boundary edge, plus Don Bess, who is backward of square leg at the moment. Lythe's next delivery was defended there. Andrew Neil, don't know if he's got something in his eye, perhaps. Just asking Will Luxton to have a look deeply into his eyes.
Well, we need Andrew Neil with full vision. Don't want that to affect his batting. Hampshire need him desperately.
Helmet back on and ready to face Adam Lythe, who tosses this one up. And Neil with an exemplary defensive smother of that delivery. Jeremy Crowe says surely Organ will need to pull out all the stops from here. Good morning, or good afternoon to Lily as well, who's been in touch once again with her support for Yorkshire. Lythe tosses another one up wide of off stump. There's a puff of dust. Adam cannot believe that that delivery didn't bring him a wicket. But what it did bring was a run to Andrew Neil, who's on to 19 from 20 and has now reduced the runs required to 99.
His excitement with the ball in hand is box office.
Floats another one up. This time he's scurrying straight out from bowling it to prevent any thought of a quick single into that gap in the offside, because there must be about 30 yards between Ben Code at mid-off and Ben Cliff backward point to the right-hander. Lythe in again, and once more Felix Organ is just looking to dink that away into the offside and get through for a comfortable one, but Lythe was alive to the situation and fielded it. 179 for 6. We've got, what, 3 minutes to lunch?
Yeah, one more, maybe. Lee Bowers, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, carrying on with the organ theme, he says. He does hang out in the members' bar at times. It's a bit tenuous, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway.
I mentioned throwing myself off a cliff. Richard Brown says Cliff Hill. Any others we could add? Maybe Rock E. Flintoff.
Here's Bess again. Forward, thick outside edge along the ground, fielded at first slip. Shirley Jackson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thanks to you and your co-commentator for your dedication to commentary today with no respite. That's right, there's just 2 of us today. That's sort of normal on day 4. Just don't always get day 4. This Kiplow is caught at first slip, has he? They're claiming it. Has it carried? Neil staying. Don't blame him. Now we're going to get a decision for the umpires here. Watch this. And no, it's bound. Oh, it's come off the keeper's boot.
Yeah.
It's come off Finley Bean's boot. Oh my word, what are we going to get from the umpires here? They haven't got the benefit of a replay. Just watch this. It's come off his boot.
Yeah.
It's out. Are they going to give him out? No, they're not.
Oh.
Whoa.
Dear.
Well, I do sympathise with Yorkshire there. But as I say, the umpires don't have the benefit of the replay. We could only see that with the benefit of a close-up camera. And I don't blame Don Bess here, chatting with the umpire. But that's a very difficult one for the umpires in real time. Have some sympathy, I think. Oh no, the 1 or 2 in the crowd are saying hit the ground. They obviously don't have the benefit of the pictures either. Anyway, I'm not sure there's going to be a match-defining moment, not at this stage anyway, but there's the next delivery. Bowls, and Neil just prods that away on the offside. You can't blame Andrew Neil for not walking on that. That's definitely... And he wouldn't have known either. He would have known that he would have felt off the bat that's going to ground. Here's Bess. Forward is Andrew Neil. Interesting one, that one, Doidgy.
It was.
Here comes Bess again. Neil defends.
The key thing of the whole lot is that as soon as it hit Finley Bean's boot, he looks round at George Hill. So you just do that, wouldn't you? A natural reaction, you can't force that.
Neil defends out on the offside. 1 or 2 in the crowd below us have got a little bit more excited. That looks like it's lunch, and it is. Just watching this again, look, it's clearly off his boot. And it's right in the middle of his boot as well, so it's not even on the end.
There's not that, if that pitch is even just slightly touches the ground, there's going to be that feeling of nearly resignation about his body language, but he turns immediately. Yeah. Well, if that hits the ground, George does not claim that if that's not out. You just know the players.
He's off his laces.
Yeah, he's out.
It is out. Anyway, you can't blame the umpires. And yes, Yorkshire a little bit unlucky on that occasion. So 179 for 6. Hampshire go in at the break with Andrew Neil and Felix Organ, the 2 not out batters, and Hampshire still need 99. I'll quickly read that email from Shirley Jackson because I did mention it, and then we'll go to lunch. Thank you to you and your co-commentator for the commentary. Yesterday you were saying 175 would be challenging. I did, and they've met that challenge, and 200 next to impossible. I did sort of say that, I'll be honest with you. Still believing for a miracle and them knocking off another 100. Possible if they can resist some funky shots to add to the puns. It's quite a cliffhanger. Thank you, Shirley. What a moment to take a 40-minute break.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
Has faced 7 balls, yet to get off the mark. And he's not getting off the mark there because he's edged it through to Ben Brown's second wicket of the morning. Second wicket to Kyle Abbott.
Into live, and that's an appeal, and that's given out. I thought initially it was pitching outside, but live just caught on the crease. Past the umpire into Revis, who strays on the leg stump, and that's not the delivery skipper Ben Brown would have wanted after a wicket.
Here's Eddie Jack, and that one pinged away through extra cover. Lovely shot by Matthew Revis. The first one he's really had up there to drive. In fact, here's Jack again. Fairly breezy here. You can see his shirt ruffled in the wind, and it's not a great delivery. In fact, probably one of the worst of the match so far.
Past the umpire into Revis, that on short length, and that will be fought. That was a poor delivery. And again, Eddie Jack not being able to back up.
Short, pulled by Revis, and will be 4. In front of square on the leg side. Making his way in again, this time fuller of length and nicely played off his legs by James Wharton, who doesn't look fazed by what he'd seen the ball before. And here comes again, real energy about his run-up. But that one solidly blocked by James Wharton to complete over number 25, and with it, the opening session of this 4-day match. Build on that in this afternoon session. I was going to use the expression move things along, but that sounds like I mean up the ante in terms of scoring rate. I don't think there'll be any worries about
Bowls and... Oh, he's caught in the creases, LBW! And Abbott strikes again.
comp, I seem to recall. Bowled well against Yorkshire at Scarborough in that semi-final last year. Lovely shot here by James Wharton. He's just thrown that one up to full Andrew Neil, and he's paid the penalty. So 7 off.
Finishes the end of his 12th over, and that's a big appeal. That one's nipped back and he's gone. First ball after the break.
Something for James to think about as he falls over this one. He's gone. Bowled him. Well, was that due to the ball before us? Sounded like it was preferable to him. Now then, he's driven this one back to Andrew Neil on the full. Yes, he has, George Hill.
He's enjoyed a great conversation with Carbs. As that's edged all through the keeper and first slip. I don't think it carried. It went very, very quickly. Baker's in again and bowls, and Code hits it over the top. Well, that's a nice clean hit. But again, he's well inside the line of the ball. But nevertheless, it's so clean, it's gone for 6.
And it is Code back on strike.
That's
and he's gone down the ground. He's picked that up superbly. And all the way for a second half dozen for Ben Code, showing the way to go.
And Code. And again, he's got the nick, and that's out. And straight away, Eddie Jack, the man who's got the Midas touch.
Yeah, back foot for Chauhan. Nicely played cut shot. He's going to get 4 through third man. So his first boundary in first-class cricket.
You know, still looking to attack where I could.
Good delivery. That's one's through. And Chauhan, well, he looked gone for all money as soon as it struck the pad. And that's probably going to be the easiest decision.
Cliff was forward nicely, drives nicely through the covers. That could be a boundary. Ball scoots across the square towards the electronic scoreboard. And that's a welcome boundary for Yorkshire.
Right, it's Eddie Jack from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls. It's cut away down to third man, and it's running away for 4. Tom Best moves on to 19, and Yorkshire on to 132 for 9. Cut away, it's edged, it's gone fine, it's gone quickly down to third man, it's going to be 4. Best moves on to 25, 145 for 9. Here's Abbott again, who's gone for the scoop, and where's that come off? It's gone down towards fine leg, it's going for 4. And he's in danger of being hit the way he's playing these, but he's got away with that one.
Neil comes in again. That one's slightly shorter and cracked away by Don Best. That was a great shot. Quick feet. Found the gap back.
Abbott going to do? Is he going to bowl fuller? Oh, and that's pulled away on the leg side. That should go for 4. Just helped away by Don Bess, and he moves on to 38.
You know, being a little bit too much on the defensive. So Neil drops one short and again cracked away off the back foot for another boundary. This is poor stuff here from Hampshire at the moment.
Abbott's in again, bowls, and Cliff works that away down to deep point. And he's keeping the strike here. Now, that should be T.
At Yorkshire's number 11, Ben Cliff, who lays that out into the offside and survives the first delivery. Sonny Baker tries to finish off the Yorkshire first innings and does. Short ball, Ben Cliff just fending off. Here is Ben Code then to start proceedings with the ball for Yorkshire. That first delivery turned into the leg side.
Starts his second over into Alior, who flicks that one off his legs. And with the new ball, that runs away towards the groundsman's hut. That's always going to be 4. First boundary for Hampshire. Nick Gubbins pulls shortest delivery, and that will be 4. Cliff dropping that short. Didn't really get up, and Gubbins just swinging that away.
His Code in the sunshine here at the Utilita Bowl. Oh, he's edged that one, has he? Or yeah. No, sorry, it's it's all. And he's got to go. In again, right arm medium pace bowls. Albert pulls that away on the leg side. That should be 4. A rare average ball from Ben Code. Put away by Toby Albert. Yeah, Phoebe Litchfield, yeah.
Here's Bess in, and that's lofted down the ground. I've lost it, but fortunately Russell Warren has not, and signals.
He's been tidy up to now, comes in to Albert. And again, that's a beautiful delivery. And that's bowled it. Albert, feet nowhere on the crease, just stuck, playing with the hands.
In comes Hill from that pavilion end. He's trying to pull that away on the leg side. He's LBW. Well, I have to say, from the moment that hit Lehman on the pad, it looked out. It didn't bounce. If we'd started at 11:30 this morning, it could have been interesting. He's wrapped on the pad. Oh, he's out. Sonny Baker has gone. And George Hill has struck again.
Nick Gubbins for the last ball of the day, and again, short ball. And Gubbins easily negotiates that one off the back foot and punches it up to mid-on.
So here we go then. It's going to be George Hill from the pavilion end, bowling to Prest, who's immediately off the mark, turning a straightish delivery down to fine leg. And that is 2 runs off the very first ball of the morning, and Prest moves on to 4. Prest pushes forward, and he's found the gap through extra cover. That's nicely timed. And that should run away over the rope. And that wasn't quite a half volley. This Code again runs away from us. Bit of width. Gubbins cuts that away behind point, running away. Has this got enough legs? Yes, it has. And that's a boundary for Gubbins that takes him on to 35.
In comes Hill again, down the leg side, and that's clipped down to fine leg for 4 runs by Prest. So a rare
Negative a feel for some of the white ball comps, as they are for this format. As Prest comes down the pitch again and hits Don Bess from around the ground down at pitch level. Bess tosses this one up. Prest, lovely shot. No problem with that. Will Luxton is not slow in the field, but he couldn't get down to that one.
Prest cuts that away through backward a point. That should run away for 4. Modicum of width there from Revis. And a few days later, 100 for Hampshire. Oh, he's scored a slip. And Lythe has got a wicket. And look at him celebrate. He's running around to square leg mid-wicket. He's enjoyed that one. Gubbins is disappointed.
In comes Red. It's the final ball of the over. And Brown hits that through in front of point. And it goes for 4. So
there's Lythe again. Floats this one up. He's got him. Prest has gone for 46. Adam Lythe has sneaked one through.
And in comes Chauhan for his last ball of the over. Slightly fuller, tempts Brown into a drive, but no run on the offside.
Right, here's the start of the afternoon session. It's Ben Code bowling to Felix Organ, and he plays a forward defensive. Seen those a few today, and in the course of the first day as well. Outfield, there wasn't many people on it anyway because it was quite wet. That's a nice shot through square. Ben Brown, that's one of his favourite shots where he opens the face to the back, guides it through point. That's pulled away by Brown out on the leg side. That's going for 4. A rare short ball from Ben Code. Yes, Chauhan again. Short, and he's bowled. Well, Ben Brown goes. I think he would have taken his eye off that at the last minute. Almost too easy to hit. It looked easier to hit than miss. Probably talked him out here for a naught, haven't we? Here's Chauhan in, and there's a sweep shot. And let's go for 4. Well, maybe he is carrying on.
Every boundary feels like it's worth more than what's actually in the scorebook, and there's one of them. And in fact, that has gone all the way. And Mo Abbas, well known down these parts, is batting up there. Meanwhile, Chauhan's dragged another one down the leg side. And that's going to be 4 byes.
Nevertheless, as George Hill comes in from the pavilion end, whipped away on the leg side by Andrew Neil, should race away for 4. Does so. He's taller than I thought. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad and he's gone onto the stumps. And he's bowled. He's looking around just to check. Facing Hill, right arm over bowls. Abbott whips that away down the leg side. This could race away for 4, and it does so. Much to the delight of the crowd, mainly below us to the left. That's like, well, that could be. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad and he's gone. Abbott goes and becomes Hill's 5th wicket. He has the knack, says George Hill.
We're continuing on, and that is edged down to 3rd off the bowling of Code for 4 runs.
It matters more, doesn't it, then? You've had an influence, a big influence on the outcome. Ben Code, well, I think I'm right in saying Adam Lyth threw that one in and George Hill just caught his pants on the stumps. Here's the final wicket. Surely Don Better's got underneath this one and takes the catch.
That's a good catch.
And that is the end of Felix Organ for 24 and Hampshire for 197.
And it's Adam Lyth, who's edged to first, slip and dropped.
So 2 without loss. As in comes Baker, edged, and this time I think it has been put down. He said slightly reluctantly. It's gone for 4 on the carpet-like looking outfield as Sonny Baker's round the wicket. Adam Lyth, well, I think he's hit it hard enough to get himself a boundary here. Yep, got it away through the gap between mid-off and extra cover. Just too short from Baker. And he's going to take those on, Adam Lyth, with slim pickings when the ball is targeted at the stumps.
Isn't it? Yeah, I haven't heard that phrase for a while. Luxton does find the gap through point. Alior won't catch that. Driven on the up.
As always, exceptionally well so far in his first 3 overs as he comes in for his 4th round the wicket. Oh, and that beats the keeper and first slip.
Here's Sonny Baker. Bowling to Will Luxton, who has picked that one up and dispatched it over the boundary for 6 runs. Wide of long leg. That's a beautiful pickup from Luxton with that half dozen. And he's got his hands to this one as well. This time Baker giving him a bit of width outside off stump. As Baker's in bowling. Oh, lovely shot. Beautiful shot, Luxton. Again, Baker over pitching, so he's gone short. Gubbins at straightish mid-wicket, plus a mid-off, and Lyth flicks one away off his legs. That's going to run away, and it will have the legs to go for 4.
Team because Yorkshire are 42 without loss. Here's Eddie Jack, bowls to Lyth, who cuts it away through the covers. That'll be 4.
Great shot. Great shot from Lyth. He's been really patient here.
Undid all that hard work. Lyth cuts away through backward a point this time. 4 runs. Bit of width here from Eddie Jack to start up with. And in a low-scoring game, close game such as this.
But, yeah, in comes Neil again. Done round the wicket. Oh, and that's just missed first slip on the outside far right of first slip. And that goes down for 4.
Bold. Eddie Jack picks up. Will Luxton played on, trying to cut that away on the offside. Through it. At a 45-degree angle, then, yeah, there's a bit more risk. Nice drive through extra cover from Sam Whiteman to get him off the mark, and it brings him 4. Nice piece of timing.
He's having a bit of a wobbly at the moment, typically, as Lyth will also look to be positive, and he's lofted this one in the air over the top of the man at mid-on. I just missed the boat this time, unfortunately. As Lyth has fetched this one from wide of off stump.
Round the wicket. Well bowled by Sonny Baker. Round the wicket, angling back into Whiteman, and it takes his off stump. That's
Felix Organ. He's around the wicket with his off spin. Oh, that's gone along the floor. It's wide of off stump, fortunately for Lyth. It's beaten him, it's beaten Ben Brown, and it's going for 4 byes.
That's unfortunate. Round the wicket, and that's cut through point for 4 runs. Really good shot from Lyth there, just sitting on the back foot. Round the wicket, and quick single for Lyth into mid-wicket, and he makes his 50.
He's closer to 40 than he is to 30.
Oh,
and he's gone. And he's absolutely livid. Helicopter wouldn't take off.
Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, he's gone! Abbott's in the wickets at last.
Here's Baker. Oh, bowled him.
Yorker.
That's a beauty of a Yorker, and it's taken out Jaffa Chauhan's middle stump, and Yorkshire losing wickets at a rapid rate.
Coming in from that pavilion end was bowled, and that's whipped away. It's going fine. That's going for 4, is it? Yes, there is a fine leg, but he's too square.
Of the day. Edged for 4 by Revis, just poking forward at that. No danger of being caught. It was well wide of first slip. Baker in. Revis safely negotiates it, and at 18:59 hours, Yorkshire are 135 for 5, 40 overs in, leading by 111 runs in their second innings with 5 wickets remaining. Can walk off the field after another interesting day's play.
And he's bowling to... Is that George Hill? No, it's Luxton. Wharton. And he's walking into that one. It's not any of them.
Team sheet.
Ending up here again, and it's down the leg side, and that's the problem when you stand up. Anything that's slightly on the wrong line, and especially on this wicket where balls tend to keep a little low, then it's very difficult for the wicket keeper, so that's proved. In, and nice drive. He's found the gap this time, has Matt Revis, and that will race away for 4 towards the tunnel.
Second innings wickets to play with. Nicely played sweep shot here. There've been few poor balls today, but he's just dragged that one down on leg stump, Andrew Neil.
It's the wicket, and this is flicked off the hips. This is timed gloriously, and Andrew Neil can't dive and stop it out at deep, backward square leg.
Something like that could happen again. So while you're in, you've got to stay in, and he's been beaten by that delivery. All ends up.
Hustles in and whipped away beautifully through the straight mid-wicket, and it's going to run away for 4, a diving alley-off.
Come back to that in a moment. Felix Organ starts a new over. That's a hoik over the leg side. That's a good shot. Johnny Bairstow. And that has hit the seats, and it's gone for 6. Just drive against the spin because it's full. It's driven through extra cover. That's 4 runs. That is a good shot.
Yeah, with Johnny getting it. Here's Neil. Final ball of the session is negotiated safely by Bairstow, who's going to get Yorkshire are going to get a leg by here. As signalled now by Jack Shantry. So, some time really. Wharton in and turning that one round the corner. That's a good catch, a sharp chance. About 10 yards in from the boundary. Deep backward square. So Johnny's tried to get this finer and has succeeded in doing so. The fielder who was positioned down there, Sonny Baker, on this third day, and he's in again, and Bairstow takes him on again, and Bairstow is going to get 6 runs backward of square on the leg side.
Here's Andrew Neil, bowls. Bairstow drives, bowled. Well, he's tried to slap that away on the offside.
Remember, the short leg is in under the helmet as Organ bowls, and a slog sweep goes over mid-wicket. This is set for the boundary, and it's gone away for 4. A little bit square of mid-wicket, but it's a really nice shot. He's past the umpire, right arm over, and driven straight back past him. Glorious. Held the pose just for a moment, did George Hill. It's just gone between mid-off and the bowler.
And this time the scoop by Bess. You'll often see him play that. It's going to bring him 4 runs here. Quite an inventive sort of a player. Never Abbott bowls. And Hill has cut this one away. It was aerial for a little while. Tom Prest was interested, but ultimately was not close enough.
It's pulled away through mid-wicket powerfully. That's 4 runs all along the ground. Nicely played by George Hill. He moves on to 34.
Best again playing with the spin, and this time he's gone. He's got a little nick on that one, and Ben Brown.
He runs in once more. It's that crease, and he is on the front foot. I think that's beaten the hands of Ben Brown. Maybe it's spun in through the gate. It's running down to the boundary, and it's gone away for 4. Byes given, so it's not off the outside edge, but that looked like a...
When he was playing for Somerset. Meanwhile, George Hill is out, and Yorkshire's second innings has come to an end because Felix Organ has bowled him round his legs if you used all the overs. And Ben Coad in for the first ball of this Hampshire second innings, which is a positive start because it has gone for 4 despite the attempt by Will Luxton to reel that ball in. So Coad in now, it's worked off the legs and 4 runs. Very nicely timed by Nick Gubbins. Just too straight by.
Is code again. Let's play late by Nick Gubbins. Dab nicely down towards third man. It's going for 4. Gubbins moves on to 12.
Fielders still look pretty upbeat as Hill bowls and it scuttles through low. It beats the keeper and the bat, and it's going to go away for 4. Buys. Hill past the umpire. Beats them and is bowled, I think. Has it gone onto the stumps? Yeah, they're celebrating. Alior doesn't understand why. Now he's seen the bails are dislodged.
Good to have that endorsed.
Here he is, bowling. Oh, that has been clipped very fine for 4. And now the reverse sweep comes out of the locker, and he has got it away, and it will be 4 runs.
Billion end runs towards us, right arm round the wicket edge, and is caught, I think, at first slip. Huge celebration from Dom Bess, and Yorkshire are in a huge huddle because they know the magnitude of the wicket of Nick Gubbins. He falls for 27, maybe a little bit. As Code runs in, this one's just tickled down the leg side. It's going to run away down towards the final leg boundary. Incredibly fine, being chased after by Dom Bess, and it's going to be given as leg byes. Almost tripped over the sheet as Revis bowls down the leg side, just helped on its way. It's a fine clip down towards fine leg, and it will be 4 more runs to Hampshire as Matt Revis bowls over the wicket, and a drive from Toby Albert beats backward point. This is going to be 4 runs. Well, it's a much needed boundary, because for a moment Hampshire were going through a long spell.
Taker of 2 wickets in the first innings. Lehman Joy's taken one. Straight away, Lehman goes for an expansive drive. And that's an amazing catch at gully. This is the one where there's no Northern Test next year of the Ashes. That's a slap away on the offside. Nicely timed by Tom Prest. That's going through 4 wide of mid-off. Slightly over pitched there from...
Jahan is in again. Bowl short and cut away square of the wicket. This could run away for 4. It's timed really nicely and does beat the fielder out in the deep. As Jahan approaches the wicket once more, drops it very short, pulled away. Could this be a chance? No, it's along the ground. It split the gap out at deep square leg. It's another strong pull shot from Toby Albert, and now making sure not too much pressure's riding on them. Here's the final ball then. Jafet Jahan round the wicket, short, pulled away through square leg, fielded by the man at deep backward square. And a single ends the proceedings here at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire finished day 3, 106 for 3. And, well, they'll come back tomorrow needing 172 to win.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game. Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Right away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game.
Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000. And they can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 through Riley Rousseau, a moment to remember. An innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That is what you've got! Nothing else! Rips a Yorker through! Past the man and Gleeson! Hampshire!
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
"25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us."
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
and Yorkshire. The state of play, as the two umpires, Russell Warren and Jack Shantry, make their way out into the middle, is that Hampshire 6. They started the day 106 for 3. They needed another 172 to win. At that stage, they now need another 99. But they have lost 3 wickets this morning. All 3 to Dom Best. Tom Prest caught at mid-wicket. Skyer for 16. On a sweep in Dom Best for 18. And Toby Albert, who was also sweeping, was caught on the 45 for 57. Dom Best this morning, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 48. Terrific spell from him. He has 3 for 77 overall. So the odds are still stacked in Yorkshire's favour, but it's only 99. I say only 99 in the context of this game. That is still a lot. And of course, Hampshire only have 4 wickets remaining. I'm Kevin James. Next to me from BBC Radio Leeds, Jonathan Doidge.
Well, they may only have 4 wickets remaining. There could be 5 or 6. It depends on how many boots any edges hit on their way to fielders, I suppose, Kev.
Great moment, wasn't it, before lunch? I'll leave you to tell the story.
Well, great moment if you're a Hampshire supporter, yeah. Because it saved you a wicket that was undoubtedly out. But unfortunately, it all happened too quickly for Jack Shantry. Probably was the man, because he was square on to make a call on it to the affirmative for Yorkshire. They've just had Jaffa Chauhan doing plenty of bowling during the lunch break. He's barely had a lunch, and that is because they're introducing him for the first time on this final day. He bowled 3 overs for 17 last night. Wouldn't want to be going for many more than that in a few overs here, but they're obviously hoping that he can get some purchase on the ball, challenge the outside edge of the bats of these 2 right-handers who are out there for Hampshire. And he's coming on at the hotel end of the ground then to bowl first up to Felix Organ, not out on 9. And Chauhan in first up and lands 1. He certainly lets the ball go at a fair pace, doesn't he? There's not a lot of loop, it's pretty flat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he, I mean, he's still only young, isn't he? He's only 24. But I'll tell you what, if he really gets tight with his bowling and accurate, he could be a real handful for many years.
In he comes again. There's more loop about this one, nearly a full toss. And played back to the bowler. And there's no run. There's been a lot of talk about why is he not playing? Why is he not playing? The last few seasons, really. And, you know, sometimes I can understand, or I've been able to understand that chat more than other times. Here he is again. That's been cut and fielded at point by Adam Lyth. No run. You know, part of it is very young, not played huge amounts of red ball cricket, and you're talking a different level here. You know, everybody capable of getting through 4 overs relatively economically in a T20 match, as that's pushed out into the offside, and again there's no run. But think about the times he comes on then. Field's been set back after power play normally. And it's just a different type of feel about what he's trying to achieve in those games compared to a match like this. This is on you, pal. It's one of those sort of feels, isn't it? Leg spinner, final day. Dry, dusty pitch, odd one keeping low. And so the pressure is very much cranked up. Organ turns that one to mid-wicket, picks up 1. If you don't let him bowl, he ain't going to learn. But the sort of juxtaposition is that if you do and he doesn't get it right, then game can move against you fairly quickly. So you're never going to achieve anything if you don't risk anything. And if he can pick up a wicket and get in and among, he picked up 1, didn't he, in the first innings out of Ben Brown. And I'm sure everyone will feel a lot better on the Yorkshire front, that would be. Final ball of the over is dropped into the offside then by Neil after that single by Felix Organ, and 180 for 6 is the result at the end of the over. 98 more to win of 4 wickets and still 71 overs possible according to the scoreboard.
Yeah, just to expand on that real talking point before lunch where Andrew Neil edged one from Don Bess and appeared to go to the ground, but on the replays, and I think you'll see this now if you're watching the live picture feed, it appears to hit Finley Bean firmly on the boot. And Yorkshire did have a case, has to be said, and when they asked the umpires for clarification, that's played out short on the offside. Mike Bradley has emailed on that subject. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says he's enjoying the commentary over the weekend. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mike. It's nice of you. He said he felt compelled to write in when he heard the comment, "You can't blame the umpires." The umpires came together and had a discussion as regards the potential dismissal. Reverse sweep there for Morgan. Goes down to Chauhan at backward a point. 181 for 6. Regarding the catch from Hill that bounced off Bean's foot, I don't agree, says Mike. The umpire had a clear and unobstructed view of the path of the ball. They should have been able to see the ball bounce off the boot. Additionally, they could have spoken with the batter and the catcher to gather information before coming to a decision. I suspect the square leg umpire would have had very little visibility, but in the absence of being able to watch replays, there are steps the standing umpire could have taken to try and understand what happened, as Andrew Neil regards. Ultimately, though, if they can't see a catch being taken a metre or so further on from where they would have made an LBW decision, come back to that in a moment as Neil's ready. Best bowls and Neil plods forwards, come off the inside half of the bat. Good stop live at short leg. Then that shows a lack of concentration or attention, really, and doesn't correspond well with the point of view of not blaming the umpire. We would say you can't blame the umpire if they don't give an LBW, which would be a metre closer than that catch, says Mike. Oh, they're shouting for a call behind. We're not shouting for a call behind. Excited about a possible call behind. It's gone past the outside edge. Yeah.
Yeah, just having a little push at that, wasn't he? Wide of his body, Andrew Neil.
He was. The noise you can hear is the warm-up to the women's game on the nursery ground. That's the music you can hear. And Neil pushes that out on the offside. No single there.
From the Kev James Ghetto Blaster.
Did you have one?
No, never a Ghetto Blaster.
No, I didn't have one. I had a biggish sort of radio.
You used to walk around with it on your shoulder?
Not quite. Too heavy. That's pushed away on the offside. Didn't want to damage my shoulders in my playing days. It wasn't quite as big as that, but I did have. I think most people had a big one because that's what they were in those days.
Yeah.
End of the over. 181 for 6. Hampshire from here need another 97.
Yeah, I know. I did sort of cringe slightly myself when you said can't blame the umpires. I know what you mean by that, but that's what they're there to do, isn't it? To make good decisions. If they can't see it, I agree. Whichever side you play for, if they haven't detected it, as annoying as that may be for the aggrieved team, then they can't give it. But I'm certainly not going to sit here all afternoon bagging the umpires. But that was one that either side would have hoped in that moment would have been seen and given out.
Wasn't there a test match a few years back at Edgbaston where that happened?
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't have known which ground, but yeah, I think there was a recent test match as Chauhan bowls and Felix Horgan defends.
Jonathan Law writes, would the Hampshire supporters be moaning if the boot was on the other foot? Look, I'm sure, I seem to remember something like, was it Richard Ellison involved somewhere?
And then he's dragged this one down, and there was turn. He offered Felix Horgan the chance to play a scoring shot, and he's dragged it back to the bowler. That's how slow it was. Probably could have picked a spot somewhere in the offside, even though there are several fielders in the eye line, but he missed out. 97 to win. Chauhan bowls. Horgan plays forward. Yeah, there was something in a test match. I mean, you know, the players out there, they've just got to get on with it now, and they can't spend all afternoon ruining that. He's still out there, unfortunately for them, and they've just got to try and work on getting him out again. Chauhan in, and that's played to mid-on, and Cliff will field. So if they do get him out, that is, at all, when the lads in the press box at lunchtime were kind of cheekily saying the story is set up for Andrew Neil now to hit the winning runs here, isn't it? Later in the day. Johan tosses one up. Bit of outside edge about it. Adam lies quickly round though and down to field left-handed. Organ on 11. Neil has yet to add to that 19 he'd made by the lunch break. Felix Organ added just a couple so far in this afternoon session. It's the final ball of this Johan over. Bowls it now, worked away into the leg side. Hasn't quite managed to join the dots for a maiden because that was the only run off the over. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 19. Yorkshire still needing 4 wickets. Hampshire now needing 96 runs. And Kev was just saying off the air, in the light of what's happened elsewhere today, if Hampshire lose this match, no, in fact, Hampshire win or lose this match will be bottom of the table by 1 point at the very best and by 17 points behind Yorkshire. If Yorkshire push through and win it, Leicestershire have moved on to 91 points with their win. Here's Dom Best from the pavilion end bowling to Organ, who defends back to him. So yeah, 16 more points here for Hampshire would take them to 88. Yorkshire on 89. 16 more for Yorkshire as Organ defends again would take them to 104, which would put them in 7th place above Surrey, who of course lost already in this round. Essex is still in action. They're on 105 points at this moment in time as best bowls and Organ defends. So given what's happened at Leicestershire, as if this match wasn't important enough anyway, but it's just increased it a notch or two more. Best in and bowling, and Organ takes the bottom hand off the bat in defending that delivery that just looked like it bounced a little bit more than the norm, more than he was expecting. And he comes again, and Organ pats that one back into the offside. So yeah, Hampshire definitely desperate to win this. They would not want to be cut adrift, and it would, if they can't see it through to a win here, leave them, what, 19 points adrift at the bottom of the table as Organ sweeps and picks up a single off the final ball of Dom Bess's over. So it was 6 overs away from the potential for taking a second new ball. I'm not so sure, though, that Yorkshire will be in a hurry to do that. They might want to keep that up their sleeve until a little bit later and try and persist with spin here. With a ball that's obviously aging, getting much softer now. Organ on 13, Neil on 19, and Johan going to continue here from this hotel end of the ground. 95 more runs for the hosts to win. 4 wickets for Yorkshire. And Johan striding in with that lengthy spinner's run up, but something was not quite right. Maybe about where he landed there or something. Didn't feel comfortable enough to deliver the ball, so he's stopped on that. Sometimes happens, sometimes it's the batter, isn't it, who pulls away at the last minute. Loops this one in. Sorry.
That's all right. Sorry. I didn't realise it was you. Sorry.
Played to Cliff at mid-on, and there's no run. I was out there yesterday having a lap round when I think James Wharton pulled out as Sonny Baker was in his delivery stride, and I can't tell you exactly what Sonny said, but there was a bit of a sort of, oh, come on, to the batter. But somebody was walking up the steps at the pavilion end, I think, at that point. It is frustrating when you've run up a long way. I've been there and done that as Johan bowls, and that's dropped into the leg side, no run. It's just like having to bowl a 7th ball in the over, isn't it? With nothing that you've done wrong yourself, such as a wide or a no ball. Morgan being patient here. 52 deliveries he's now faced for the 13 that he's put on. Oh, good delivery from Chowan, and that's the sort of stuff that Yorkshire want to see from him. Past the outside edge. And you'd probably argue that that's the first one he's really landed since he came back on here. And that will certainly interest them. You'd ask the question of Felix Organ, who benefited from not getting a little tickle on it. Chowan in again. And Organ defending once more. They all do their prep these days, and there's loads of access to footage and all of that. They only would have been able to see Jaffa Chowan, of course, playing white ball cricket on any previous footage prior to this game. So if there are other tricks up his sleeve in a red ball sense, they won't have seen those in advance. He's got that one wrong with a big booming full toss, and I would have thought Felix Organ's probably cursing his luck down at the non-striking end. He's picked up just the one. He could have pretty much put that anywhere in the postcode, really.
It's probably one of those that you just as well you don't time. You hit straight down to deep mid-wicket's throat.
Final ball of the over. That last delivery aside, it's been tidy enough so far. And Neil stretching forward to defend this one with Bean cleaning up. 184 for 6, then still 94 to win off 4 wickets.
So, as Doity says, with Leicestershire beating Glamorgan, we're not far away, actually, from another result, because my computer's just gone, but Essex are 9 down in their game against Somerset. And Somerset, I think when I looked at the screen before it went down, at the moment need about 85. So I think all the games in Division 1 are going to finish in positive results this round, which is good for those teams that are on the positive side, not so good for the teams on the negative side, whether they're pushing for a championship or likewise, or the other end of the table. Reverse sweep there from Felix Organ takes him on to 15. Hampshire on to 184. 185 for 6, I should say. And Hampshire need 93 from here. Spoke to one or two Hampshire supporters at the luncheon break as I was walking back around the ground, and I think they're resigned to the result that they expect to happen. But while you're playing, you always have a chance, as Bess is in. 3 men around the bat and Neil prods forward. Who knows? Who knows? Every now and then, a sporting game produces something out of the ordinary. Will that be today, as Neil quietly plays that back to Bess? He certainly played his part today, Don Bess. 3 important wickets this morning. I think Hampshire on the whole probably could really have only afforded to lose 2. 1 would have been ideal. That's kept a little low. Neil works that on the offside. Big gap, as we've mentioned several times, so there's 2. 91 needed. It's not out of the question, but the odds are stacked against Hampshire, as they have been really from the start of their 4th innings. 278 always felt far too many. Neil just gives himself a little bit of time there, prodding down, waiting for the fielder actually to go back to his position at deepish mid-off. As Bess bowls again, Neil pushes forward, gets a good stride in. Well, these 2 in the middle can certainly bat. That's a plus. Always looking for positives and reasons to win, as they will be in the Hampshire dressing room. That will certainly be a positive, as that's played into the ground. End of the over. Neil has 21. Organ has 15. These 2 came together at 153, so they have put on 34.
Much to do for both sides still. 91 runs, unless Andrew Neil starts to wield the willow, as he did a little before lunch, to take Hampshire closer and really pile the pressure on Yorkshire to find 4 wicket-taking balls. It's still going to be some time before they get there. Yorkshire, well, it could be quicker, I suppose, 4 wickets. But they're having to work very, very hard to pick them up. What have we seen so far today? There were 37 overs gone this morning, so 39 overs bowled in the day so far. 3 wickets, all to Don Best. Oh, he's dragged this one down, and he's out. Oh, that was a shocker of a delivery, and a shocker of a dismissal for Felix Organ. Dear, dear me. Well, we praise plenty of good cricket, Kev, when we see it, but that's a half tracker, and he's just got it completely wrong, hasn't he, Felix Organ? And Ben Code with the simplest of catches at mid-on. They'll take whatever they can get, and feeling, obviously, very, very disappointed with the non-decision in their favour before lunch. It's not Andrew Neil, who was the batter on that occasion, who is out, but they've had a bit of luck on their side, a large slice of luck. If you're Jaffa Chauhan, then you might want to stand on the tannoy at this moment in time and just give a few numbers out for next week's lottery, because I think there'll be a few people who want to copy them down. 187 for 7.
Yeah, it's one of those balls, isn't it, really, where by the time it's arrived to Felix Organ, he's probably thinking of about 2 or 3 shots that he could play, and in the end, you don't play anything. He's tried to flick that away on the leg side. I'm sure a pull shot would have come to mind somewhere along the line, and he's just turned the face of the bat a little too early. Hence why it's looped up to mid-on. 187 for 7. Oh, Hampshire now. There's Kyle Abbott. Walks out to join Andrew Neil. Still 91 needed. And again, with every wicket that falls, that target, as large as it is at this moment, just feels even larger.
I think I said Ben Code caught that, didn't I?
You did, because I wrote it down.
Let's see it again. Well, I thought he did. Having said that, was he the man who I was focusing on patting Ben Cliff on the back? Because Ben Cliff is at mid-on. Apologies, boys, if I got that the wrong way around. It's gone down as Cliffy in the book as well. So, either way, it was simple enough for whichever one of them was there. And, as you say, Kyle Abbott out there to face Jaffa Chauhan. We might get another opportunity. Let's have a look at that. As Chauhan, oh dear me, he's dragged that one halfway down as well. And that was a real daisy cutter. You don't see too many of those in professional cricket. Run away. It's been no-balled, and it's been turned away for 2 leg byes.
God, yeah. It's bounced twice, isn't it? So you can't have been out, even if it had sneaked through.
Interesting little moment. There's a chat between the 2 batters here. Meanwhile, I'm just watching that back, and I think it was Ben. On the replays, his head's barely visible, but I think it was Ben Cliff rather than Ben Code, so I must have been getting carried away with Cody slapping him on the shoulders or such like.
You got Ben right.
Yeah, I got Ben right. 50%. What's accuracy in this job? As Kyle Abbott works a single to deep backward square leg. I think I might start putting ish after fielding positions now. Chauhan to Neil. He's landed that one okay. So, well, he's picked up 2 wickets in this match. Both been with bad balls, but he's picked up 2 wickets.
You'll bowl better and pick up none.
192 for 7. 86 needed by Hampshire. 3 wickets by Yorkshire. Chauhan in and bowling, and Neil plays that one out into the offside. Adam Lyth jogs round to do the fielding. Lots of encouragement out there, as you would imagine, from the White Rose fielders at the moment. Trying to keep that sort of aura. Feel like they've got the hold over the opposition. As that's played by Neil out square on the offside again. And Lyth coming into play. So playing with any turn here, Andrew Neil. Johan waits again. And he comes now. Ooh, slides that one through past Neil, who'd covered off stump and left it. A very rare leave today. They've not been able to, have they, because Yorkshire have just kept bowling at the stumps.
Yes, it was a feature that Tom Prest pointed out when I spoke to him at the end of the second day. I was very keen to point out that collectively Yorkshire bowled very straight in the first innings, which made it very hard indeed. And that's been a feature again in this innings as well. And, you know, whilst, you know, Felix Organ and maybe one or two might look and say they're unlucky, if you continually bowl straight, you're continually putting the batters under pressure. And sooner or later, things will happen, whether intentional or unintentional. 3 overs till the new ball is due, second new ball. 77 overs gone, 192 for 7. Hampshire have lost 4 wickets today, having started at 106 for 3. Bess to Kyle Abbott. Still that 3 men round the back. Abbott gets one, it bounces. He takes the bottom hand off the bat as he defends. Wicked delivery, that one. Oh, yes. Didn't really turn, just bounced. Wicked one first up from the off spinner to Abbott. So just to repeat, Hampshire currently sit bottom of the table after Leicestershire beat Glamorgan a little earlier, as Abbott's on the back foot there watchfully. Yorkshire can pull clear of the bottom 2 with a win here, which looks inevitable whenever that will happen. Here's Bess again. Abbott pushes that square on the offside where there's a gap. And he moves on to 2, 193 for 7. Every run important, but it's 85 to win from here. And wickets running out fast now. Just waiting for the toss news from the nursery ground, which would have taken place a little earlier. It's played into the ground past Lyth at short leg for a single. Neil moves on to 22, 194 for 7. Gosh, if we're counting down the singles and we get close, that really will feel like a long time. Brings Abbott back on strike. Bowls, Abbott works that away on the leg side. They're going to take a quick single. Abbott's got to hurry at the far end. Throw misses. That's Ben Cliff on the 45 there. Just a fraction deep, but the ball did go quite quickly to him. 195 for 7.
Are you sure it's Ben Cliff or is it Ben Code?
Is it Ben Cliff? It's Ben. Should we just say Ben?
Just kidding.
And we'll be all right. Outside the off stump, left alone. End of the over. Bess has completed 36 overs, 3 for 85. He's bowled 21 overs today. Well, he's been unchanged, hasn't he, from the pavilion end. Hampshire Hawks women have won the toss and elected to bowl first in their T20 Cup quarter-final tie away to our left. It's against Somerset. The winners of that will go through to next weekend's T20 Cup finals day at Old Trafford. There are 3 other games going on as well, so at some point later today we will learn the 4 teams that will compete up in Manchester.
Jaffa John's going to continue at this hotel end. What a game of cricket this has been, says Matthew Lawrence. Richard Brown confirming it was Ben Cliff who took the catch. Obviously some form of brain fade He'll not hold it against me. As Abbott turns that into the leg side, and Ben Cliff on cue does the fielding. Nick Briggs is emailed in and, as usual, is having a moan. Rumour has it that when Nick gets up on a morning, he looks in the mirror and smiles and says, "Thank God that's over for the rest of the day." As Chauhan bowls, and that's played out into the offside by Neil. There's no run. He said, "It looks like being a cliffhanger down at Southampton this afternoon, regardless of the outcome. Where are our overseas players? Do we seriously expect to avoid relegation by fielding a bunch of local lads match after match against counties like Hampshire, who regularly field a League of Nations 11 with the likes of Lehman, Abbott et al.?" Chauhan in a bowling, and that's played into the offside.
Who's et al?
There's no run.
What country does he come from? There's an overseas player playing in the women's side this afternoon, if we want to expand that.
Chauhan in again. Back foot this time for Neil. Punches into the offside. Luxton fields. Well, they've got an overseas player coming back, haven't they, Nick? At the end of the week. About this time next week, or Saturday it might be, that he returns. Kuldeep Yadav, I noticed he's not played in the second test against Sri Lanka for India, but he played in the first. And he's coming back for 3 championship games, and they're hoping, I think, that they might be able to pull off a 4th one, all 4 of those September matches. 4 runs, meanwhile, for Andrew Neil. A full delivery by Jaffa Chauhan. And he sort of met it on the half volley, and it's run away down through third man. 200 up for Hampshire. That's what the applause is for around the ground. 1 ball to come in the 79th over. So 78 to win, and still 3 wickets for Yorkshire to find. On for 28 for Chauhan. It's the final ball of his 8th. Throws one up there now. And Neil defends that full length delivery.
Right, the final one of Felix Organ.
The absolute final one.
The absolute final one from Stephen Clark. If Organ appears in the bar, will he be buying a treble? Let's quickly move on. I felt compelled to read Stevens out, because sometimes he collars me at the end of games and says, "You didn't read all my emails out." So there you are. I read that one. So, consultation? Is there talk with Bess? He's talking to both batters, actually. It's nice of him. I wonder if he's saying to him, "Look, I'm going to pitch one up this ball, and then I'm going to bowl one short one about third ball." I wonder if he's saying that. Andrew Marshall has weighed in on the potential catch situation before lunch, where Andrew Neil edged one onto the boot of Finley Bean and was caught a first slip. That was quite clearly shown on the replays of slow motion, which you have to remember the umpires don't have that facility yet. Andrew Marshall, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, as we wait for something to come out from the Hampshire dressing room now, so we're going to have a couple of minutes break. At the end of the day, fielders have been accused as cheating. I think he means in the past. And I think one of the emailers a little while ago said, the umpire should ask the fielding side and the batting side. Listen, I've been in games where that's happened, and I'm not sure that really helps the umpires. I mean, I think it depends on who you ask. This is no relation to this game. I'm talking generally. I think it depends on who you ask as to whether you'll get a definitive answer as to the truth or not. If indeed the players really know sometimes, but at the end of the day, you just got to leave it to the umpires. And I have to say, the 2 big talking points in this game, the Tom Press potential run out on day 1 and that catch, both decisions where the umpires have come together have gone in Hampshire's favour. So I don't think Hampshire can moan too much. I'm not sure they are. I'm sure they do. But I think if anybody's suggesting that, or is thinking of suggesting that, I think actually Hampshire have probably come out of this not too badly in terms of decisions by the umpire.
Yeah, I mean, again, you would say this, that the fielding side on the occasion of the Andrew Neil wicket that wasn't given, the umpires, yes, they don't have access to slow motion replays, and that's fine, but they don't have access to slow motion replays for any of the decisions they give, and they give decisions, LBWs on one view. That all happens in a flash, and he catches little nicks and off gloves and all sorts of things that they can decipher, but it hits him flush on the boot, and it seemed indecipherable.
Best bowls, and Abbott works that away on the leg side. I think actually sometimes it's the faint nicks are the hardest to detect, where there's no visible deflection. I think as an umpire, they're probably the toughest decisions. Abbott plays that into the ground on the leg side. Who's warming up there? George Hill. That first slip. Best bowls again. Abbott just comes down the wicket. It's fired in a bit more by Bess. It's worked to mid-wicket. So 200 for 7 here, Hampshire. Lost just Felix Organ since lunch. 15. That's played into the ground once more. Added 6 to his lunchtime total. Neil was 19 not out at lunch. He's 26 now at the non-striker's end. It's Abbott facing, pushing forward. Just got to be patient. It's been very much the feature of this game. And at the end of this over, the second new ball is due. We'll best finally get a rest if that's the case. Wrapped on the pad there, Abbott. Big shout mainly from Bess. Sinks to his knees. And that's the end of the over. So 80 overs up.
Yeah, it's not a terrible shout, but where he ends up is outside the line of off stump. I think there was a little bit of shuffle after the ball had hit him. But yeah, not expecting that one to be given. Height was also a possibility. Now they are taking the second new ball immediately. It's interesting. Yeah. With only 3 wickets to get. Bring George Hill back into the equation, see if he can work a bit of magic. Bowling at Andrew Neil here. Chris Parkin has messaged in saying this is a thriller if you're a Yorkshire fan. You mentioned Lily earlier. I can say she's a wonderful human being. She's the ultimate fan, owning many and several signed Yorkshire shirts. Me and my wife Anne speak a lot to Lily at games, and she's a breath of fresh air. The world would be a much better place if they were all like Lily. See you at Scarborough. There you go. Thanks, Chris. Sure, Lily would be delighted with that.
That's a nice email. And thank you to Russell Chapman, who said that the test I was thinking about and that dismissal, it was caught by David Gow off Alan Lamb's boot, bowled by Philip Edmonds.
Yeah.
Doesn't name the test.
It's a long time ago, actually, and not that recent as we were kind of thinking. So, George Hill. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17 in the second innings to go with the 5 foot that he picked up in the first. 5 for 29 off 20 to be precise. Oh, and he nearly struck with his very first delivery, which sees Andrew Neil groping at thin air just outside off stump. Oh, that's not so far from clipping the off stump. The ball Finley Bean couldn't take cleanly, just dropped down at his feet. Kyle Abbott straight up there to have a word. And in comes Hill once again. And that's worked away by Neil down to third man. Whiteman will field it. They'll get through for 1 run. I was talking to George the other evening about his performances. Massive amount of respect for Kyle Abbott in what he was saying as well, as he mentioned him himself. In terms of the metronome that we talk about with George, like we used to talk about with Steve Patterson, and that we do when Kyle Abbott's out there on the field of play. He's got an important job to do now with the Willow, though, himself. He's on 4. 201 for 7 as Hill runs into Bowl to him, and Abbott with a solid block to that George Hill delivery. Tony Sweeney asking if it's worth letting Adam Lyth have a twirl. Well, he'll be doing that with a newish ball if he gets an opportunity. Partially Depressed has corrected me on the 23rd of August 2001 thing. I thought I'd counted the days through to the 23rd as Hill bowls, and that's turned to leg by Abbott. But he's saying it was the 24th, which is 25 years ago tomorrow. Lots of encouragement. The clapometer is reading pretty strong there from James Wharton. Just for a few moments as Hill bowls. And it's going to be Wharton who comes in to field this. Another dot ball. Still lots and lots of deliveries for Hampshire to accumulate runs from. 52 overs remaining to get the 77 that are still required. So absolutely zero rush or pressure in runs per over sense. Where are they going to find those runs? Well, not with a delivery like that from George Hill. Straight and merited a defensive push. 1 off the over. 13 overs, 4 maidens. 1 for 18 for George, and still 77 to win, or 3 wickets.
Well, I know there'll be many fans either on the ground watching this, listening to this, that just 12 days ago witnessed a partnership between these two of 64 of just 6 overs for the 9th wicket against Derbyshire in their final Group 50 over match, which turned a situation where Derbyshire were cruising to an outright victory to one where Hampshire got within 8, because not only did these two put on 64 at 10 and over, but then Andrew Neil for the last wicket also did something similar. That's pushed back to the ground. So, wow, wouldn't that be nice? They might not get there in the same vein, but if they were to put on something similar just 12 days ago, remember? What a game we'd be having then. There's Best comes in and bowls. It's pulled away by Neils down the leg side. What did it catch? Did it catch anything? It's running away to the boundary. It won't quite go, or will it? Oh, it does. It's 4 byes. Despite the best efforts of Ben Cliff trying to pull that ball back just below us. And it's 205 for 7, 73 needed.
Yeah, Philly Bean was pretty disappointed in himself for not getting enough on that to stop it. That was his immediate reaction.
Here's Bess again. Neil drives to extra cover. There's an extra cover in there now. I think for the first time that Bess has been bowling the whole time from that pavilion end. He's got an extra cover in. As he comes in again and bowls. Oh, he's very nearly driving and the ball's almost sneaked under the bat. Hits the bottom of the bat there, very full delivery. Wasn't quite sure where that had gone initially, and always played it onto his pad. That could have bounced anywhere. Bess again, bowls, and Neil just turns it away on the leg side. No, says Kyle Abbott. As Cliff is a little closer in there on the 45.
Maybe he could just, catch one of these balls, Andrew Neil, and drop kick it for 6. Probably get given the runs.
Yes.
He said slightly tongue-in-cheek.
Could do. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. That's played out on the offside. That's not a comment of someone who's a little bit bitter about what happened before lunch. It wasn't a match-defining moment, as we said at the time. Well, I don't think it was, and it may not be, but
you don't know that yet, do you?
So you may become increasingly bitter if Hampshire get within a few
still
runs.
batting. No, I'm more concerned with getting some sleep before I've got to get up at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. And it's 12 and a half hours away from the point when my alarm will go off. We've still got to finish this game, do the post-match interviews and drive back for 6 hours. So will somebody, for the love of God, please win this match fairly quickly. Here's George Hill bowling to Kyle Abbott, who plays out into the offside, and James Lawton fields.
Are you expecting to get to bed and sleep from about 7 o'clock onwards then?
No, I'm not sure about 7, but 9 would even be acceptable.
Well, even if this
6 hours wouldn't be too bad.
If this
would
game
it?
went the whole way, you're still going to get into bed before then, aren't you?
Hammer? Takes a while after a game, doesn't it, to get out of the place? Here's Hill, and that is dropped into the pitch by Abbott. There's no run.
Headingley's a doddle because you can't even park on the ground. Where are you parked?
At Headingley.
Here.
Here, just out the back.
There you are, parked on the ground. I can't park on the ground, Headingley. I had to walk championship games, second game of the season. I had to walk 15 minutes to the ground.
That's fine. I wasn't complaining about where I'm parking here, as Hill bowls and Code defends. Code fields, I should say, as that was defended into the offside, but they've gone through for a single to Abbott.
In the end, I had to park outside the rugby ground to get close.
The annoying bit is the bit where you've got to get in your car from here and get yourself 250 miles north.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, that's not
the
the
bit that
club's
takes
fault.
the time.
That's not the club's fault, obviously.
I'm not. I wasn't criticising the club in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not quite sure how that would have come across. As Hill bowls and Neil had a little push at that and misses through to the gloves of Finlay Bean.
Thank you to Stephen Eason, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who says that incident with the Gower catch off the boot was the 5th Ashes test at Edgbaston. Yeah, it was at Edgbaston. Thank you, Steve, for clarifying that. August 1985.
That long ago.
I remember it clearly, actually.
Yeah.
Well, that incident.
Hill bowling straight. Neil turning it to cow corner. Revis round to field. 1 run the result. So 2 off the first 5 of this over. George Hill with this second new ball. Yorkshire's go-to man in that respect here. Looking for his first wicket of the day. There he is, goes short. Now then, he's got underneath this, but it's going to be safe, and it's going to be more than safe. It's going to be 4. Kyle Abbott watching that really well. The lesser spotted bouncer from George Hill. Very rare to see him bang one in short, but worth a try now and again. But it's cost him 4, and it's taken Hampshire to now within 67 runs of victory. Yorkshire needing 3 wickets still.
Well, it's worth a try, and he also did well by getting it outside the off stump, which means Abbott would have to fetch it, but actually Abbott was in total control of that shot. And it was very, very well played indeed. Well, it's 67. Still a long way off, but I think now you just start to think, and I'm sure 1 or 2 in that Yorkshire side will just be starting to think, okay, this is starting to get a little more serious. It's Bess. Neil defends. There's no run. The batter was Wayne Phillips, says Stephen Eason, in that incident in that 1985 test. Thank you. Fetches that from outside off stump. Andrew Neil hits it along the ground to wide mid on. Doesn't quite get hold of it, only a single. He moves on to 29, 212 for 7. Hampshire needs 66. There'll be a few people in other teams that will be just keeping an eye on this game now. They'll be looking it up, saying we might just keep half an eye on this between now and the end of the game. As best bowls again. Abbott's on the back foot, gets wrapped on the pads.
The indication from Russell Warren was that it was missing off stump.
Yeah.
And he might be right.
Yeah, outside off. Yeah, outside off stump. We're not quite in line up here. Not far away. I think quite clearly on the screen he looks more outside the off stump than that. There's Bess running quickly across to make sure there's no single. $2.12 for 7. Abbott's on 9. Just that one wicket this afternoon. Felix Organ for 15. That was 187 for 7. As Bess bowls again. Abbott's on the back foot. Keeps a little low. He wants a single, but it's gone a little too quickly up to mid-on.
Yeah, that was half an hour ago now.
Yeah. You keep getting these little partnerships, don't they? And sort of little scores. When I say little, sort of teens and 20s, if you know, the best. But very few people have gone on from that. Abbott drives into the ground. End of the over again. Bess sinks to his knees. He has 3 for 86 from 39. Those partnerships, say, in the 30s, and this one now worth 25. The Organ Neil partnership was 34. Albert Brown 34. Albert Press 35 before that. It's been very much a feature of this game for both sides, really. Partnerships and individual totals threatening, but never able to make a real big dent in any total.
Still with George Hill at the hotel end. Bowling here to Neil, who pushed forward for a moment. Thought that I got through.
Is that nip back a fraction?
Maybe we'll get a second look. Yorkshire really trying to look after this ball, having taken it. The last one they'll get in the match. Into its, fifth over now. Taken bang on 80. And here's Hill again. And once more, Neil is blocking. It's a good little addition, isn't it, on the board? In brackets with how old the current ball is. In fact, it's a good scoreboard in terms of what it's showing us. One of the better ones around the circuit, I would have said. Here comes Hill once again. Fending at that one. There's an appeal for a stumping by Finlay Bean, who feels like he's got him there. He's running off to celebrate, but Russell Warren is not of the same opinion.
Might need to look at that from square if we can. Just watching that from the... Oh, he did lift his back leg momentarily. Here we go. Just watch this. Pace forward. Back leg comes out of the crease.
Oh,
has he got it back in time? Good camera work. Good work from Bean.
Hill bowling again. And Neil, who is living a charmed life, I think it's fair to say today.
I wonder if we could get a still of this. So he pushes forward, back leg comes out. Ooh. Try and make a decision on that in real time. Plays forward, then the back leg comes out of the crease.
Yeah, I think he's...
Is he in the air?
Yeah, I think he is. Hill bowls. Neil, currently 29 for 2, defends.
A charmed innings so far, isn't it?
It certainly has.
Again, you know, I know, again, it's putting the umpires on the spot, isn't it, really? I mean, you know, call that as an umpire. That's tough, I tell you. That's why I'm here and I'm not out there.
Here's Hill. That's played into the offside by Neil. And there is no run. James Wharton doing the fielding.
278 is that target, remember, overall. Here we're going to get another look here. Forward, Bean takes it. Oof. Yeah, you've got to work out the moment that bail dislodges from the notch at the top of the stumps. That's when you've got to take it from. That's a tough decision, that. So many ex-players can become umpires. That's why I didn't, I can tell you. Right. 85 overs have been completed, 5 with the second new ball, 200 for 7 when the second new ball was taken, so 12 runs have been added without the loss of a wicket. And Bess continuing his marathon spell from the pavilion end, which started at 11 o'clock this morning. And he's bowling to Abbott, who prods forward. It goes out square on the offside. Good decisive call from Neil at the non-striker's end. Bess into his 40th over. I'm sure his finger is hurting now, but he'll keep going. In again, bowls and just defends that into the ground as Kyle Abbott, who's on 9, 27 balls faced. Remember Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker to come. As that just bounces down the leg side a little bit. Abbott doesn't follow it. 66 runs are required. Hampshire this morning adding 73, which is about the same as what Yorkshire scored yesterday morning when they lost 1 wicket. Yeah, 73 they added, actually. Oh, it's gone past first slip. Runs here. Could that run away all the way to the boundary? It's going to tease us. It's going to tease us. It's gone just over the boundary. Despite the best efforts of Will Luxton running after it. And it's 4 to Abbott. It's 4 to the Hampshire total. They move on to 216 for 7 and 62 runs are needed.
.37 this pair have added.
Valuable.
No, my apologies, I'm reading the wrong score. 29 they've added. I was reading the lunchtime score rather than the last wicket score.
Still valuable as he plays it into the ground. When Abbott walked out, I'd have settled for 29. I'd settle for 89. 29's a start. As I say, it was 12 days ago in different circumstances and a different rate of scoring, but these two did make a meaningful partnership. Just pulls the bat out of the way there, Abbott, as Lyth takes the catch at short leg. Let's watch that again. Oh, yeah, that's different. Well, it may just have flicked the arm on the way through. End of the over. And 216 for 7. Of course, as things get closer and closer, then the atmosphere out there in the middle, the tension will get more and more. But I think at the moment, Yorkshire will still feel reasonably confident, but maybe not as confident as they were at lunchtime or even at the start of the day.
No, I should think a few notches less on the confidence front, given it's now only 62. Still 3 wickets to go, and both these batters seemingly, you know, about as in as you can ever feel on this pitch. They've both seen plenty of deliveries now. Andrew Neil, limpet like for one reason or another, turns that one to leg. First ball off George Hill, fielded by Luxton.
Some good calculations from Joe Somerton, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Before the start of the chase, I decided that even though you can't give every wicket the same, all we needed was each wicket pair to get 28. At the moment, Hampshire are on track.
Here's George Hill again, trying to change that, but Neil again right in behind that and defending. Lovely sunny final afternoon of the match here, with a few fluffy white clouds around. But the weather's been good throughout. Just lost a little bit of time earlier in the match. 6 overs. George Hill making his way in again. Neil just pushes a little more firmly at this one. James Wharton fielding in the covers. What's going on across the way?
In that quarter-final T20 Cup tie, I can tell you in a moment. Somerset are 23 without loss in the third. Rebecca Odgers, she's having a good season, 18 not out. Sophie Luff, the captain, 5 not out.
Yeah, she's hurt Yorkshire a couple of times, Sophie Luff, this year. As George Hill bowls, and Neil plays that one to mid-on. Ben Cliff doing the fielding. We can just see 3 or 4 of the Hampshire fielders and just about both the Somerset batters from our commentary position, but sort of not much else really.
That has the potential of being a high-scoring game because that outfield is tinder dry.
Yeah.
And not particularly big boundary square.
Here's George Hill again. That one, Neil had to be watchful. Turned it into the leg side. Adam Lyth was getting excited at slip.
Yeah. Naomi Datani, who was with us on commentary on the second day. Her first over went for 11.
Obviously didn't learn enough on the commentary then, Kev.
She'll blame the scuff marks created by the helicopter that landed there on the day.
George Hill turns again and leaves the hotel behind. To bowl to Neil, who's pushing forward once more. Bat into body. And it runs out backward of square on the offside. No run. A maiden by George once again. 16 overs, 6 maidens. 1 for 24 in this second innings. But the general consensus last night, just chatting to the boys, was that it would be very hard on this final day for seam bowlers to pick up wickets. And it looks like they know their stuff, because not 1 wicket taken by seam so far today, albeit the majority of overs have, of course, been bowled by spin.
And how spooky, because the 5 wickets that Hampshire needed to take on day 3 in Yorkshire's second innings were then all taken by spinners as well. So there we go. Mark Wells has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk as Best comes in and bowls. Abbott's on the back foot, just turns it away square on the offside. He says the Yorkshire last wicket partnership in the first innings was the match winner. That's interesting you say that, because when speaking to Russell Domingo last night, he was citing that as well, saying that last wicket partnership was a bit of a killer. 53, Ben Cliff and Don Best put on. There's an edge, it's gone past first slip. Now, it won't go for 4. It's certainly 2, and I think it will stay at 2. It does. There's George Hill running desperately back, making sure that Hampshire couldn't get any more than 2. But the runs required now are down to 60. Such things have been a problem for Hampshire this season, says Mark. So it's perhaps fitting that it may or will have sent us down. It's a bit early to say that, but I know. Thanks for the great commentary. You two should start touring as a double act. Ha! Well, I'll tell you why that won't happen. From my side, anyway. I won't travel too far north. And Doiji...
I just hate commentating with Kev.
I thought you were going to say something else, but never mind. That's turned away on the leg side. He says, P.S. the stumping that you two aren't sure about after 10 viewings, it's no surprise that the umpires gave the batter benefit of doubt. Exactly. Bess. Abbott's on the back foot. He's outside the off stump, though. As it wraps him on the pad. Just watch this again, and yeah, way outside off stump. Of course, shouting at short leg. It's a little difficult to work out how far outside off stump one batter is, but it doesn't stop anybody appealing anyway. Mentioning no names as Bess. Oh, that keeps a little low. Good stop from Hill this time, diving at first slip. Well, I wasn't sure if we would still be playing. I must admit at 2:45 this afternoon. But here we are. Here's Bess Bowles, and that's turned away. Good stop from Live, who just deflects it rather than stops it. So they'll get a single. And Abbott will keep the strike. So 59 runs are needed here. With Hampshire 219 for 7. And these two now have put on 31.
Yeah, I think the scales are pretty well balanced at the moment now in terms of the final outcome. Because they are managing to knock this around. 187 for 7 when they got together. So 32 added in 45 minutes. And 1 ball short of 12 overs.
I've got a shout out here because I have to say on the live picture feed, if that's the way you're following this game, the replays have been awesome. And James Hales is directing on the stream. Well done to him.
There's Hill bowling to Abbott, who had to be watchful in defence. Yeah, I'd agree. Obviously, we go around the grounds. We don't have a uniform service, as we know, on the streaming. It's all individually done by each club, and it can vary.
Does vary.
Does vary. Okay. I think budgets also significantly vary from what you hear.
Of course.
As Hill bowls, and Abbott plays into the offside for Wharton to field.
Yeah, so well done to James Hales. Terrific. And especially, of course, as this game is getting closer and there's been 1 or 2 moments, it's important that we can highlight those moments and, of course, bring you what might yet be a very, very close game. I'm sure there might be 1 or 2 moments yet if it gets that close.
Ball back with Hill, who's making his way in here. Ooh, there's an appeal for LBW on Kyle Abbott.
It's going down short.
Never felt concerted, did it? George was the main man.
Look at Finley Bean.
Yeah.
There's the giveaway, way down the leg side. But I suppose it's got to that point for Yorkshire. You just virtually shout for anything now. And I think most teams would.
Humps will be expecting it. Abbott on 16. Again, watchful as Hill's latest delivery once again asks him to play. There's got to be an appeal. Although, has there got to be an appeal to be given out? I distinctly remember decades ago being on the sidelines watching a junior game of cricket when our umpire, if you know what I'm saying, the coach of the junior side that I was associated with, gave one of our lads out LBW. Here's Hill, and that's played out to point by Abbott, who'll pick up a single. Warm applause from the home support. Yeah, I think our umpire may have been in the local during the afternoon. And it was an evening junior game, and he gave this lad out LBW without an appeal. And our batter says, "But nobody appealed. How can he give me out?" And he just says, "You're out. Get off. Don't argue with me." It was one of his own players. LBW. So that's 4 runs. Short ball from George Hill. Both times he's banged it in. He's gone for 4. And they can't afford a load more of those. That was a cracking shot by Andrew Neil. He's on to 33. 54 now needed to win. All 3 wickets by Yorkshire.
I can just feel my heart rate starting to increase. An update from the nursery ground, the T20 Cup quarter-final tie between Hampshire women and Somerset women. Somerset are 1 down now for 36 after 4 overs, and young Eliza Bristow, the 16-year-old, has picked up the wicket of Rebecca Odgers. That is a big wicket indeed. She skied that on the leg side. Good catch, Francesca Sweet. She went for 22 or 15. 41 for 1 in the 5th. Somerset. A place at finals day next week at Old Trafford at stake. 224 for 7. And Don Bess, who's hogged that in the whole day, that pavilion end, is about to bowl his 42nd over. In. There's 2 slips now. Well, a slip and a gully anyway, as Abbott pushes forward out on the offside. So slip a gully, and also Lithe, who's once more in there at short leg. 3 for 93 for Bess. All 3 of those wickets this morning. Chauhan with the wicket this afternoon as Abbott's on the back foot. Dive from Lithe. Fielding that one. Bess in again. And bowls and... Oh, that's bounced to Abbott. He keeps it down well. So it's just a bit slow when the ball does pitch in the rough and just misbehaves. It just gives the batter a fraction amount of time. It's probably just a fraction too short as well. Gave Abbott that extra time to react. Abbott's off the back foot, steers that to back with a point. Will pick up a single. Every run now really is crucial. As Hampshire at 225 for 7, lead 53.
Django's messaged in on X saying great commentary and setting up to be an exciting finish. Listening, watching Ferries heading to Skopelos. A winning combination.
Skopelos. It's a new one for me. That sounds nice.
Sounds Greek.
Yeah. Forward is Neil. Has he got an edge? Oh, it's gone over the top of leg slip. If it has, we'll find out in a moment. They'll get 1. What's the umpire going to signal, if anything at all? Oh, it was an edge. Just ballooned over the head of Will Luxton. Watch this again. That's the length, isn't it? When it does something. Yeah, there was a little inside edge on that one. 52 needed. As Best bowls again. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. They're claiming a catch. Not out, says the umpire. 4 or 5 fielders there. All turning away. Not happy. Now, I think the umpires are going to come together here for a different reason than they have before. What are the umpires doing? I think one of them wants a chat. It's difficult to tell, of course, on the replays if it's a very, very thin nick. You can't really tell. Now, the umpire is having a chat with Luxton, I think it is. Well, you can understand emotions here are quite high because Hampshire are closer in this game than Yorkshire would have thought. And still with 3 wickets in hand, and this is a stubborn partnership as far as the visitors are concerned. So you can understand that if there's anything happening that they feel should be going their way, then they are going to start to just feel a little bit aggrieved. And of course, we've already had a couple of decisions today, which hasn't really gone Yorkshire's way.
Understated as ever. Yeah, so we're waiting for something here. We're waiting for a change of bowling by the looks of things, and Ben Cliff is going to get a second opportunity with the ball. 4 overs for 5 earlier in the day. He's got a newer ball to bowl with this time. See if he can affect the outcome and break this partnership that is becoming concerning for Yorkshire. Don't think there's any 2 ways about that. Andy Walker says, whoever wins, this has been a splendid return for red ball cricket. This is why the county game is the essence of the sport. And he thanks us for the comms, and presumably from his comment, all of those involved in putting the pictures on it as well, if it's the pictures you're watching. Of course, BBC audio commentary to accompany those pictures. I still have a stoppage in play Now then, Cliff had taken his sweater off and his cap, and he's now putting it back on, and there's been a change of heart. And Adam Lythe is going back into the attack for Yorkshire. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10 in the second innings, 2 for 15 from 10 overs in the first. So while we are far, far more used to him affecting the outcome of matches with bat in hand, he does have his moments with the ball. As we know, people like to refer to him as a bit of a golden arm, and he got a wicket with his first ball of his spell yesterday. Not with the first ball of this one, though. That was defended into the offside by Neil. No run. Will Andrew Neil try and go after him, knock off a few of these a little more quickly, get Hampshire closer to getting over the line? Well, he's forward and smothering this one. They've gone with a slipper point, square cover sweeper. Ben Code's wideish at mid-off and a bit deeper than would be orthodox. Matthew Revis down to our right is at long on, a couple of strides in from the boundary. We've got a straight mid-wicket, James Wharton. Will Luxton coming into the equation under the helmet, a short leg there, fielding that ball that was knocked down to him. And then out in the distance away to the right, mid-wicket boundary fielder plus a long leg, Jaffa Chauhan. Lythe bowls. Neil from the crease plays into the leg side. Just checking, yeah, the mid-wicket boundary fielder at the moment is Brad Sylvester, one of Yorkshire's travelling squad. I think it was George Hill who left the field just after that recent appeal for a dismissal. Here's Lythe. That one smothered by Neil, and there is no run. Disciplinary conversations are not ones you seem to have loads of, because there's not often people in disciplinary trouble, in my experience, doing the commentaries. I know Adam Lythe got a level 1 when he was dismissed in one of the innings at Edgbaston, as that's driven down the ground, and he dives and fields this. And that is the end of the over, which was a maiden. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10 for Adam, 226 for 7. That was, 3 months ago, probably now. And I think he was given out and he turned away. That was his only reaction to start with, but then I think he'd said to me that he actually got the level 1 for his further reaction as he walked past Matthew Revis, who was a non-striking batter at the time, and he must have said something or whatever, and it was picked up. And
I mean, listen, Russell Warren and Jack Shantry, both former county cricketers, they know. And I'm sure, they'll give anything that's happening out there a benefit of the doubt. They'll know it's a heated situation. This, this is a big game for both these sides, even with 6 games to go, including this. They're both fighting to stay in the division at the very least. Certainly Hampshire are. So, it's bound to get, a little bit heated at times if 1 or 2 decisions are seemingly not going your way. And of course, if you make it 2 decisions or even 3, then it gets even harder. So, I'm sure they'll make allowances. I don't think there's been anything out of order at all. But, it's obvious to the crowd, it's obvious to people watching that there's a bit going on. But, it's fair enough, isn't it? These guys are seasoned pros. They understand. Best bowls, and Abbott hits it into the ground. 52 needed, remember. It's still a lot. But it's a lot less than 172 at the start of the day. A lot less than the 278 at the start of yesterday. As Abbott gets wrapped on the pad with a ball that just spits a little bit out of the dust. Abbott, 18 not out from 49. Neil, 34 not out from 80. As best from the pavilion end again. Bowls. Abbott pulls that away on the leg side. There is a fielder out there. It's along the ground. I was getting excited, not so much because I thought the ball might be in the air, because I thought it was hit well enough to go for 4. But there's one man out there and he's found him. So it's just a single. 227 for 751 needed.
Got
How you
the,
feeling? How you
we've got
feeling?
the cardiology department standing by.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, listen, how many years have I been doing this? How many years? Well, I still get excited in these situations. Abbott hits that into the... Sorry, Neil hits into the crowd. Good stop, Will Luxon. I noticed Adam Ly's been taken out of short leg. I guess that's because he's having a bowl. How are you feeling now to compare to, say, an hour ago?
Yeah, I think probably a little bit more edgy.
That's driven out into the covers where there's a gap. He hasn't quite timed it, Andrew Neil, but he'll pick up 2 as Chohan runs around, and we're now under 50 needed. We're down to 49, 229 for 7.
I'm generally, as you know, I think, fairly low key.
Understated.
Don't like to get too carried away.
No, you might agree with that. There's Bess. And Neil pushes forward. That's the end of Bess's 43rd over. 3 for 98. He's done a sterling job, really has. I know he would have expected to have taken maybe a couple of more wickets by now, but he's still put in a really good effort. And on another day, he might have picked up a couple of wickets more in the same situation. But today, it's 3, and Hampshire 229 for 7, leading 49.
Or 4.
Eh? Or 4. Yeah. Or 6. Because he's on for 6 for.
He could be. He had a 6 for at Hove from memory, probably about 5 years ago in his fairly early days with the county. That might have been his first season as a full Yorkshire player, because he was on loan from Somerset to start with. Here's Adam Lyth, meanwhile, bowling to Kyle Abbott from the hotel end. First ball defended.
I can tell you somebody who will be enjoying this situation, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah.
He'll be loving this situation.
There's Lyth again. Passes umpire Shantry. And there is Kyle Abbott working one to leg. Bradley Sylvester into field, but they get through for 1 run.
48 needed.
You're getting excited
Yeah,
now.
I am. Yeah, I am.
You're starting to believe now, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. I know it only takes one little moment, one mistake.
Lyth again loops this one up. Bit of force about Andrew Neil's shot, which it looked like he was playing, I think, to the leg side, but it's gone back to Adam Lyth just into the offside in his follow through. 230 for 7. 48 or 3 wickets. And driven down the ground this time. Revis comes round from long on to field. Have Hampshire now gone favourites, do you think?
No, not yet, no. No. I mean, listen, they're more in the game than they were at any point today or yesterday.
Well, it's just you've definitely, just in the last few moments, the heart rate, you can definitely tell your heart rate's gone up, and you're now starting to think, they've given themselves a real chance here.
Yeah. Listen, I'll be honest with you, I thought 278 was way too many. And even this morning at 106 for 3 with another 172, again, I thought that was way too many. When you start to get to this point, it can go either way, but I still feel Yorkshire. It only takes 1 wicket.
That was a dot, and there's Lyth again. And throws it up wide of off stump. Abbott replays the shot he's just played, which was back to Lyth, but looking to play that into the offside, and might have got some runs out of it. He's got 20 against his name. Andrew Neil, who was caught off the boot of Finlay Bean by George Hill at slip when on 19, has almost doubled his tally since that happened, which I noted down at 12:59 p.m. 69.2 overs in. So he's been out there for what? A further 23 overs and 4 balls. And also survived a stumping claim, which was bang on half an hour ago by Finlay Bean off the bowling of George Hill.
Here's Bess again. And Neil just plays that into the ground. Well, there's not that many here relatively, but you cannot take your eyes off this now, that's for sure. As Neil pushes forward, there are several watching the game away to our left, as you'd expect. I'll give you an update on that in a moment. That Women's T20 Cup quarter-final tie. I can tell you that Somerset are 2 down over there now, as that's worked away on the offside. It'll only be 1 though. Neil moves on to 38. 232 for 7. Hampshire need 46. And over on the nursery ground, Somerset are 74 for 2 in the 9th over. Emma Corney is the second wicket to go, caught by Francesca Sweet out in the deep on the offside. Again off Eliza Bristow, this 16-year-old. She's picked up 2 wickets. Sophie Luff is 31 not out, the captain, and Bess doesn't let the ball go there. Just wondering how much his fingers are hurting now. That's a lot of overs to be bowling from 11 o'clock this morning in terms of that finger cutting across the ball all the time. Now they're asking for a caught at short leg. I don't think they really believe that. There's a good catch, Will Luxton, though, diving forward, but it always felt as though it just hit the pad. Yeah, going down the leg side as well. Look at Finley Bean. He's way down the leg side, but it was more the catch they were hopeful for.
Yeah, it was a brilliant effort, wasn't it, by Luxton to get his hand under that.
Abbott on 20. Bowls, and Abbott pushes forward. They'll take a single. There's no extra cover because there's a man in short. That's live.
Yeah, they brought in him as a second slip in this over, left that gap, hoping maybe to get somebody to play a false shot, just seeing the runs in the gap and maybe nicking one. But they've moved him again now.
Best again. Forward is Andrew Neil, holds the pose, and he remains on 38. And Hampshire at 233 for 7 have 45 more to win this game. Yorkshire, of course, still need 3 wickets, and this partnership now is worth 46. Ooh, it's 45. Sorry, it's still a lot, I'm afraid, because I mean each run now that's scored just is just so much more important than the previous run, and then the next one's even more important than that. It's going to be a long haul, even if they get very close.
Adam Lythe, who's played a big part in this match. Can he make it even bigger with an 8th Hampshire wicket here? Would be his second of the innings if he gets through, not with that delivery. Smothered by Kyle Abbott, who just overbalances, having played that to short leg. Back with Lythe. In he comes, over the wicket. Big gap into the offside, played out that way. Easy single for Kyle Abbott. They've got a bit of protection on the boundary through Sam Whiteman, who's been out there much of the day. Neil back on strike. 38 against his name, so he has now doubled his score since that incident earlier, and added a further 9 since the would-be stumping. That one out backward of point was fielded there by George Hill. No run. Lythe gives the ball a bit of a shine again. Turns and comes in once more. Neil propping forward back to the bowler. Don Bess has just been waving at somebody off the field. Don't know if that's just to indicate he needs to nip off or for some other reason. Here's Lythe again, full and wide. Again, an open invitation for somebody to drive that into a yawning gap in the offside. So they're going to have to think about that at some point. Still 43 needed. But there's been a couple of gift singles in the over from deliveries wide of off stump. Do you want to close that door and make him hit it past him? Or would you rather say, yeah, ones we can cope with for the moment? Just turned around the corner, this delivery by Kyle Abbott to the feet of Will Luxton, end of the over. And at 235 for 7 is now the score, 43 to win, or 3 wickets.
79 minutes these two have been batting together for the 8th wicket. Julie Bridger on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, under the heading of Kyle Abbott. Says, excellent commentary today. Thank you very much. That's kind of you. I've been to the last 3 days, but watching on the stream today, I just looked up Kyle Abbott's highest county score, which was 97 not out. Yeah. That was against Lancashire at Old Trafford in 2017. Let's hope he can be not out today with a Hampshire win. Well, that's nice. It won't be 97 not out if he's not out at the end, but it's probably as significant, if not more, if Hampshire can get over the line. But as I keep repeating, and as Doidgy keeps repeating, it's still a long way off, even though 43 doesn't sound too much. As Bess comes in again, and forward is Neil, wrapped on the pad, but it's a big stride. Tom Best just politely inquiring after appealing. Still those 3 men round the back. Yorkshire have to have that, really. They need a wicket. And as Neil pushes forward again. Terrific stuff from him once more. He really is growing into an all-rounder as much as a good left-arm spinner, but a bit more to do. Sweeps that one away on the leg side. It could be caught at deep mid-wicket. Oh, and he's gone. That is it. Best sinks to his knees. Neil can't believe it. It's a catch right on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was hit low, flat and hard. And Neil's gone for 39. It's 2-3-5 for 8. And it's Sam Whiteman with the catch there. Good catch from him.
It was. He had to watch it all the way. And Neil, well, as soon as he hit it, he just had that resigned sink, didn't he, really, to his knees. Couldn't believe it. He's picked out the man. But Yorkshire will feel a lot better now, given what happened earlier. He's added 20 more runs. Still could be vital in the outcome, because we don't know what that's going to be. Yorkshire taking 1 step closer. Bang in the balance, I think, here. 43 to win, 2 wickets to take. Kyle Abbott out there, and as set as anybody is on this pitch at 22 off 59 deliveries. And now a new man walking out to the middle in Eddie Jack.
Just so many partnerships and so many individual scores around the 20s, 30s, teens, 40s. You know, if a partnership or even an individual score breaks out into the 50s, that's just about it. It's uncanny.
And it seems to be, just as Don Best, you know, when I mentioned that earlier, when he got his 40 not out in the first innings, and he just said, it just feels like one of those pitches that, you know, you don't want to get to a moment in your head where you think you're in, because that's when you'll play a shot that's probably not on. Anything that's been thrown wide, you've had to try your level best to hit for a boundary, and otherwise, you know, it feels like possibly, even though it'd take forever, Hampshire's best way of winning this is in singles. You know, just pick up those comfortable ones, make Yorkshire bring the field in. You might then get to a position where you can hit the odd ball through it and move things along more quickly.
So 48-run partnership ended, and it's now Eddie Jack. Now he's got the ball turning away from him, which will be, of course, will be a different challenge for him. Bess is around the wicket. He has 4 for 100. 4 today. Tosses that one up. It's a low full toss. Eddie Jack works that up to mid-on, finds the fielder. Well, Hampshire fans would have got their hopes up there with that last partnership. Can this partnership equally lift the mood. That does feel a big blow, though. Just 2 wickets in hand. As Jack's on the back foot, it's hit into the ground, fielded at silly mid-off. Sun's out a little stronger now. Yesterday afternoon it got very warm. It's heading that way again here. It's best bowls. Jack's on the back foot. End of the over. Wicket maiden there for Don Bess. Persistence from Don Bess, and it's brought him his 4th wicket. His figures today, as overnight he was none for 29, 4 for 100, so I make that 4 for 59. No, 4 for.
He'll be claiming 5 for a course.
4 for 71. Well, he's on for 6 for. Did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, he's doing what his team desperately needed him to do on this final day, as the specialist spinner picking up wickets. Still a couple to go. Still 43 runs to go. Adam Lyth on at the hotel end still. Bowling here to the right-handed Kyle Abbott, who works that one round to Bess. 45 backward of square, dot ball. Ronnie says, to give balance to the correspondence from Yorkshire, I'd like to be much more upbeat. We're going to win this. Then we have 5 games left, and if we win 4 of those, we're champions.
He's just copying what Anthony McGrath was saying.
Yeah. Oh, now appeal here. Adam Lyth cannot believe that that's not been given out, and would have to just be a little bit careful with his reactions.
It's a little bit too often, isn't it?
Tossed up wide of off stump. Tell you what, that's turned a long way. That is a pretty good shout. Do you think that's hit him outside the line?
Yeah.
Do you?
See his back leg first. It's not a long way outside the line. I'll give you that.
2 dots then. Oh, another appeal here. And Jack Chantry's got a bit to do at this hotel end of the ground.
It's outside the line.
That was more obviously so than the previous one. So Adam Lyth trying to get something going. Create a bit of theatre. Trying to see the back of Kyle Abbott, who's caused Yorkshire enough problems in this match with ball in hand already. Jabbing down on that with the bat. And enjoying the contest by all accounts, according to my colleague. Enjoying being in one of these real battles, and it's one of those things that you should enjoy as a professional sportsman. That's why you're here in the first place. You're better at these sort of things generally than the rest of us. As Abbott goes across, crab-like, and again defends. Matthew Revis chiming in with a bit of encouragement just down to our right. He's near the boundary, long on. Lyth bowls again, and nice straight-bladed push into the offside by Abbott to complete that Lyth maiden over. So that'll be 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14 for Adam Lyth.
Simon Abercrombie, Hampshire cricketer, bbc.co.uk. He lives in France, but it's some unpronounceable name. I'm not even going to try. Despite leaving Hampshire as a 12-year-old 49 years ago, I've been a lifelong fan, although I have also a soft spot for Yorkshire, having lived in Huddersfield for around 20 years before moving to France more than 20 years ago. This was sent just before the wicket of Andrew Neil. He says if he manages to pull off a victory, Hampshire should renegotiate his contract. Let him fill in the numbers. Then he says, on the other hand, though, I'm sure he's saying that as tongue-in-cheek. Great commentary as always from both you and Doidgy. Thank you. Don Bess is walking away from where he should be bowling.
I think one of the things I most enjoy about our times on air together is those lovely little verbal jousts. Who's going to finish in the win column on that front, do you think, before the end of today? Oh boy.
Who do you think?
Who's in front now, anyway? I don't know.
It's different when
you'll
you're
probably
out there.
claim victory. Won't you?
It's different when you're out there. There's a lot more going on. You hear a lot more than what when you're a long way away from it. You can't quite work out. But you have to be careful. The umpires do, and they're probably more strict now than they were, and they used to be strict. Best bowls and forward is Eddie Jack. Simon Jones, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I said earlier there was a sort of a cloud that came over, and a couple of balls I thought did sort of nip back a little bit, but we've got blue sky above us at the moment as Bess is in and Jack is forward again. Interesting comment earlier about the widely held belief that the ball does more in overcast conditions. Academic research shows that the ball does not deviate more when there is cloud cover. I know that's been a long sort of argument over the years, isn't it, really? But he sent me something about some studies that's driven up towards mid-off. I'm not sure it's conclusive, but I think that's the general held view.
So there's a PhD in nibbling it about, isn't there?
Well, apparently so. Oh, Jack gets an inside edge. Now, there should be at least 2. It won't reach the boundary. They're going to settle for 2. They're jogging the second. As once more, George Hill runs after that ball furiously, making sure that Hampshire don't get a bonus run. So 41 needed. They've been stuck on 235 for a little while. Sorry, 285. No, 2. I've lost where the score is. 237. 237 for 8. Yeah, why did I say that? As Jack gets another inside edge. And 2 fielders sink to their knees, including Bess. Only a single there. It shows what it means out there. If you're in any doubt. It was an inside edge.
That was it. That was even closer than the first one, wasn't it? Just past leg stump.
Yeah, 235 for 8. I wrote 285 for 8. That's why I was getting confused.
It's a great way of scoring runs if Eddie Jack can get another 40 of those. Just knocking it between his 2 legs down.
There's nobody down there.
No.
It's a vacant area of the field. Just wonder for how long he'd get away with that, though. Jackie's 3, Abbott is 22. So 40 runs are needed. Bess in again, and Abbott's wrapped on the pads out this time. And Bess runs away in celebration. That's his 5th wicket. Abbott looks disappointed. He did look more in front than previously. He goes for 22. Hampshire are 9 down. Bess 5 for 103.
Yeah, those who can see it, let's have a look at it again. Yeah, it turns fairly sharply from outside off stump, and there's no doubt about that, is that it's in bang in front. He's gone back. It's hit his back leg just on the inside of the knee roll. I think it may have clipped his front pad on the way through, but either way, he's plumb in front. And after some difficult decisions apparently to be made today, that was just about the easiest one that Russell Warren has been called upon to make. And Kyle Abbott has to go trudging off for 22. Again, he's played his part. It's hard to knock him, isn't it? He's knocked it around, stayed together with Andrew Neil for a long time there. 40 needed still, and now just the 1 wicket to get him.
Well, if this game's over quickly now, which it might not, but to get near 240 and it might be nearly 250, you just don't know. I think is a great effort in the 4th innings of this low-scoring game. It just proves that to get 278 in the last innings was always just a few too many. I'm speaking as though the game's over, but 40 with 1 wicket to go in the context of this game is a lot, a very lot. So I think Hampshire on the plus side have done well to get to this point, but it's just a few too many to chase, I'm afraid.
Kyle Abbott, 22 from 66 deliveries. And that included 2 fours. And Don Bess, 5 for 103. And all 5 of those wickets picked up on this final day. And speculated as to what he was feeling like and talked about that. Sometimes tendency to overthink things, as he's said. And if he was concerned that the pressure was on him today, then he's handled it well, hasn't he? And he's done his job. 5 wickets. Bowler's version of a ton. That is now 122 matches. We're just waiting for things to get set for this restart. Dom, 29 years of age now, and in first class cricket, that is his 18th first class 5-wicket haul. So well done him, but the job is not complete just yet. And Hampshire are still fighting, as JMO says. Feels like a very difficult task adding another 40 for the final wicket here, but this is cricket. And before you write anybody off, I'll just wind the clock back a few weeks to a match that took place at Headingley in the last quarter-finals when Yorkshire looked home and dry. And Craig Overton did what he did. So it is still possible. 2 slips in place. Adam Lyth then to Eddie Jack, who drags this one up to Matthew Revis at mid-on. And there is no run. Sonny Baker, of course, last man out there now for Hampshire. And these two standing between Yorkshire and a win that would put them clear of the hosts, or a Hampshire win that would bring them back to within a point of Yorkshire, but still at the bottom of the table. Now then, it's gone. Adam Lyth has got him to play on, and Yorkshire have won it. Well, out of absolutely nothing wide of off stump, really, Eddie Jack has tickled that onto his stumps. Yorkshire celebrate. They will pull clear of Hampshire and leave them adrift at the foot of the Division 1 table. And Adam Lyth, 2 wickets in each innings for Yorkshire, plus 51 runs. One of the men of the match for Yorkshire in this one, no doubt about that. And Eddie Jack has gone for 3. And Hampshire have finished 238 all out. And JMO, in his comments a few minutes ago, turns out was spot on, that it was just a few too many.
Just watching the replay of that. It's played on there. It's kept a little low. Probably fitting that Lyth has got the wicket there. 2 for him to go with his 2 wickets in the first innings. Well, Yorkshire were the better side at the end of the day. They adapted to the conditions better than Hampshire did. They were prepared to be a little bit more disciplined with the bat. All round with the ball. Bowled a little straighter and a little more consistently. And that 278, as I say, was always tough. It did get interesting in that afternoon session as Hampshire got a little closer and got within 40 of winning. In the end, for the record, they've lost by 39 runs. But it was just a few too many to chase. Well played, Yorkshire. And that's a very, very important win. And that will give them a lot of confidence now with these final round of 6 matches. It's so important with the sides near the bottom that you pick up a win straight away. It helps as you're playing a game a week now. Gives some momentum for the rest of the fixtures. And it's Hampshire with lots to think about now. With Leicestershire winning their game, Hampshire have dropped to bottom in the table. My worry is next week at Cardiff, the weather doesn't look great. There looks as though every day there's going to be some breaks for showers. Whether that then leaves enough time, because Hampshire do need a win very quickly here. And it can be a very dead wicket down in Cardiff as well. And would Glamorgan want to play ball? Well, that's for Hampshire to worry about next week. But right now, Yorkshire celebrating. And that's a win that you could tell that means a lot to all those players and the coaching staff. And from what we've seen, certainly today, means probably a lot more to 1 or 2 players than others.
Yeah, I think from Yorkshire's point of view, it is about belief. You know, I referred a few times in this commentary to not seeing home that advantage, big advantage against Essex at Chelmsford last year, not seeing it off against Warwickshire at Scarborough earlier this year. They have managed to do that. It's been hard work. I don't think they expected anything other than having to work hard today to do that. So collectively, a big confidence boost. Remember that they didn't have Jack White with them in this match as well, who's a big player for Yorkshire with the ball. But they did expect spin to come more into it. Those comments last night that it would be very difficult for any seamer to take wickets today by Adam Lyth to me. And he's absolutely nailed that, hasn't he? Because each and every wicket that has fallen today has fallen to spin. 5 of them to Dominic Bess. And Jaffa Chauhan and then Adam Lyth with that final wicket picking up 1 apiece as well. So the spinners have done their job when called upon on the final day. That'll give them loads of confidence as well. And I'm particularly pleased, I've got to say, for Dom Bess. You know, focus on him today. And, you know, he's done the job, hasn't he? Picked up the 5 foot. He's sorted it out. And Yorkshire have picked up the points with a 39-run win.
Georgie, thank you very much. Always a pleasure working alongside you, despite what you say. No, it is. It's always great fun.
It's the first win here since the first game we did together here back in 2019. So it's been a long time between drinks at Southampton for Yorkshire. They've suffered a bit down here. So yeah, that, as I say, will be a big boost for them.
Well, it'll make your journey back north a little easier, I'm sure. Thank you for watching and listening. Thank you for all your emails. It's been absolutely fabulous. We've enjoyed them. Hopefully you have as well. Thank you for all the pictures that you sent in a couple of days ago regarding the helicopter landing on the nursery ground. I couldn't use them all. I did see them all, but I had to really send the first one up to the BBC Sport website that I got, and I'm not sure they did publish it or not, but anyway, as I say, it's potluck because it's like that when I send reports in. So thank you to everybody. Not the result that Hampshire would have wanted, but remember, there's still 5 games to go, and while you're still playing and while there's still a campaign to be fought over, things aren't necessarily going to pan out the way they seem. There's still plenty of cricket left between now and the end of September. Thank you very much.